Hello. Hmm. Welcome to this stream. Let's see how many actual Final Fantasy Tactics fans. People cried they wanted Final Fantasy Tactics so bad last night. So we'll see. I'm gonna be reacting to a debate. Destiny debate, my Destiny content mandatory for super views, etc. I'm still editing that yesterday debate. That took 4 hours. I have to give it timestamps as well. Okay. So I have to change my plans a bit. Uh, hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, oh wow. Hmm. How is everyone out of the 4 people that are here? I guess. Mm. Boom. Hello. Oh. Well, we'll see how long that lasts once we start watching the mandatory Destiny content debate. We'll see how long that lasts. That energy of being alright. I'm not alright. I'm physically ill. Because I had no estrogen. And my doctor has not prescribed me more. I'm starting to feel... I feel like I'm starting to feel the physical consequences of that. Or maybe it's just placebo effect. But I feel pretty cold. I think it's normal. What the hell? Oh yeah. Wow, those bastards have so much health. But yes, apart from that, everything's... Have you seen yesterday's debate? Have you seen last night's debate? Or are you waiting for me to make a VOD out of it? Boom. My composition is not very good right now, I feel like. Nice refreshing breeze. Hello, Tai. Have you enjoyed yesterday's debate? Which I'm still working on turning into a segment. Unfortunately, I had a little bit of a problem. Why is... What the hell? It was cool? Oh, I have to edit it properly. If I were a bit of a bigger content creator, then I could afford to hire a thing called editor. You did it very well? Really? Wow, I wonder if people will watch it once it's a segment. I guess I'll work on it right after the stream. Really think I did well? Maybe I should debate more people. I don't know, I should challenge people to debates. Who should I debate next? Now that you've seen that I can debate, write in the chat who I should debate, in your opinion. Who would be interesting to tackle with my particular debating style? You all admit that I have a pretty particular style of debate. There was a lot of yapping on the other side, but you were pretty good. Straight to the point. That's good. I hope I wasn't yapping. I mean, I don't mind people talking a lot when they have something to say. I know people that say a lot, but they usually the content of what they're saying is usually packed with useful information, so I don't mind that as much when that happens. You know? It's useful when that happens. So who do you want me to debate? Decide. Decide now. Who do you want me to debate? Quickly, quickly. Oh wow, I'm leveling super good. Wait, charge 1 is weaker than a regular shot. Somehow. Hello, Chili D. Efetaki is awesome. Present Sunday, Bad Empanada. Wait, you want me to debate Bad Empanada? Did you know that Bad Empanada made a video about me? I wish it was on Steam. You might just get your wish. Apparently they're working on something. Apparently they are working on something in regards to Final Fantasy Tactics, so you just might get your wish. So you actually want me to debate Bad Empanada? Oh, I just healed my opponent. Did you know that they were working on a sequel, but it was cancelled because they switched to working on Vagrant Story? If you know what that even is. If you even recognize the title, Vagrant Story. No idea? Okay, I'm gonna play Vagrant Story today. It's a really good game, okay? Stick around. Yeah, Vagrant Story. You don't. I was for a second. I was like, what? You don't know Vagrant Story? It's impossible. I was like, what? It's impossible. Nobody. Okay, a lot of people don't know Vagrant Story. I almost said that everybody knows Vagrant Story, but we all know that's not true. We all know that's a big fat lie. You want me to play it today? Write in the chat if you want me to play it today. Woo! Woo! Wait, it didn't even kill him? What the hell? Alright. You should go to the page and, you know, support your favorite streamer. Also, we're gonna be, what you call it, we're gonna be watching a debate. I think I have a Vagrant Story or something here. Okay, I have to replace Ramza's guts. It's useless. What the fuck? What? Oh, come on. Okay, I'm gonna have to change the job setup because we're not doing too hot. And I'm gonna get rid of useless guts. Guts is such a useless thing. Oh my god. It's crap. Useless crap. All right. Oh my god. Okay, I'm resetting. I have to make some changes or else I'll never be able to. Although, hold on, I have to... Okay, I'm gonna show you Vagrant Story real quick before we continue, actually. What games do we have here? G... Games... Wait, what's the... Games... PS1... Don't I have Vagrant Story? That's impossible. I could have sworn I had. Hold on, maybe I should just scan file. Oh, okay, that's better. Jesus. Okay. All right. I think this is it. All right, we're gonna play Vagrant Story. And then I'm gonna do the debate. How does that sound for a plan? I'm gonna see the best game ever. The best game ever in the history of ever. If you've not seen this game before, you're gonna be amazed how cool it is. Oh my gosh, you're about to be treated. You're about to be treated to a wonderful little show. Look at this intro. Squaresoft when from before it became Square Enix. They actually put effort in their games. Good old times when they actually cared. All right. Ugh. Hostages. Oof. But I'm getting ahead of myself, aren't I? Oh my god. The blanket's in a weird. What the? Oh. I have to unblanket the blanket. Hold on. What did I do? Unblanket the blanket. Okay, I've done it. Right, ready. It's loosey goosey. Yes, it is indeed loosey goosey. You can donate to show your appreciation. For once. Do you still hate Prison Sunday? New game. Oh my gosh, am I about to treat you to a game? The music is a bit loud. I'm gonna make it a bit quieter then. Okay. Duke Bardorbas Manor. Greylands, 2:32 a.m. Have you found Sydney? Not yet, sir. Put out the fires or we'll lose the manor and we'll be for naught. All will be for naught. Split the knights into two groups. One to douse the blaze, the other to exterminate the traitors. Right away, sir. Where are you, Sydney? I know. I am treating you to a spectacle. This forgotten gem of a game. Riskbreaker. Hello. Show them who they're dealing with. Torch the chambers and kill the hostages. Aye. Damn. Terrorists. Random box. This is a really good game, by the way. I hope the... I'm afraid I'm not gonna be able to use the... Or will I? We've no time! Let's finish this before the blades arrive. Right, let's do it quick and get out of here. Who goes there? It is me, Ashley Riot, the Risk Breaker. Here we go. Here we go indeed. Uh-oh. I'm gonna slash you in the head. Bam. Wow. Well. I'm gonna smash you in the head as well. Bam. Phew. Miss me, miss me. Now you gotta kiss me. Oh, you cannot. You died. He looks like Popeye, by the way. It's the Popeye walk. Really good music as well, by the way, this game. Really good story. Well, have you found it? It's no use. There's nothing like that here anywhere. Keep looking, damn you. I'm pretty not okay because I'm missing my hormones and I'm starting to feel physical side effects. I'm telling you, Sydney, the nights are nearly upon us. Stop your whimpering. You'd come this far only to leave empty-handed. Now search. Well, you know, it is unfortunate. Sooner or later, the doctor will prescribe me more and everything will be back to normal. Curse the Duke! Where's he hidden it? You sure the Duke really has it? Does the damn thing even exist? You doubt me, Harden? You doubt my power? Forgive me, I didn't intend. But Sydney, any longer and there will be no escape for us.
Oh, Barry!
Thank you. Fine then, bring the boy and come with me. I bet Kyle Parker does not know this game. I'm feeling really cold. I'm feeling unnaturally cold. I feel it's like as if I was ill. I assume that's because of the hormones, because I don't know why else that would happen. Well, you've come to the right place. This is the very beginning of the game. Don't move, Sydney. I have a bowgun aimed at your heart. Now turn around slowly. You're no knight, are you? Bind your legs with that rope. Ah, a risk breaker, a royal guard dog. Did you not hear me? Bind yourself now. Boom. This is an unfortunate turn of events. Hold it! Sydney! I'm the one you want. Harden, go quickly. Go to Le Monde. Or Le Monde. You stop! What's going on? You were most certainly dead. Leave the back from the grave stuff to fairy tales. Oh yeah, this game has really specific sound effects and I really like them. This game is only the cinematic at the very beginning, by the way. You've given me quite a scratch. Show a little more respect for fairy tales, Riskbreaker. Titok. I think it's in the same universe, yeah. World. But the timeline is fuzzy. But I believe so, yeah. My apologies. I've no time to toy with you. Special attack, fire breath. Boom. Wow. Le Monde. Cool. Pretty cool, huh? Pretty cinematic. It was at the end of PlayStation 1. Very good graphics, etc. The body is but a vessel for the soul, a puppet which bends to the soul's tyranny, and law the body is not eternal, for it must feed on the flesh of others. Let us return to the dust whence it came, therefore must the soul deceive, despise, and murder man. A.G. Durai. Oh yeah. You know, that was when Squaresoft was still caring. Well, Squaresoft still cared about anything. and about making good games. I'm a bit mean, but I'm sorry to say. Ugh. So the knights who came were not the king's men, but the cardinals. Knights of the Cross led by Guildenstern, my lord. The Crimson Blades in direct service to the cardinal. Guildenstern led his men toward Leamonde in pursuit of Sydney. I see. Send one of your men in the armor of these holy knights. Set fire to the manor. Fire, my liege? The fool Sydney used his wyvern. We can't have witnesses telling the world now, can we? But the hostages, your family. Irrelevant! Burn it to the ground. What of Parliament? The Vici Pay Valendia Knights of the Peace have formed a squad to deal with the felons. The risk breakers, those meddling fools. Your will, my lord? Leamonde is yours. Let no one out of the town. You can deal with Sydney and the Blades there. And Parliament? I'll deal with those watchdogs. They won't trouble you further. And the young Lord Joshua? He is my light, my soul, if aught should befall him. As you wish, my lord. Am I fated to rot and wither even in death? Leamonde is an old town with a history of over 2,000 years. Its walls have seen many battles. They are stronger than the mightiest forts of Valendia, and as the sun wheels through the sky, the beauty of their setting's color surpasses that of any palace. The grand cathedral that towers over the town center is a symbol of Leamonde's indomitable spirit and is the holy ground of the devout Iroquois priesthood. At its height, Leamonde was a thriving community more than 5,000 people strong. 25 years ago, a great earthquake brought it to an end. I'm too slow. Too slow reading skill. I'm gonna get better with time and practice and donations and subscriptions. Well, the two sentinels are dead, murdered. Wow. This is the only way in? There is a great crevice preventing entry above ground. And from the sea? Nay, sunken reefs that rose during the earthquake form a gauntlet of whirlpools, too dangerous. You do know we sent agents in thinking those ruins were the Mulen camp base. Not one returned. Not on account of the whirlpools, I'd wager. Surely it was men who killed them. How was it down there? Come down and see for yourself. According to the survivors, our comrade Agent Riot headed out for Leamonde before noon. Of course, the reports are vague, and we cannot deny the possibility of inaccuracies. Given there is only one path to infiltrate Leamonde, this office believes the reports to be valid. I did it. I did it! Fast enough. Faster than I even should have. I'm making progress. What's this? That's what I'm here to find out. It's like, it does seem well fortified for a wine cellar. It's like Metal Gear Solid, but Final Fantasy Tactics settings. Oh, Leamonde's wineries once vied with the best of Valendia. Since they went out of production, the remaining vintages sell for a premium. If I find any, consider them yours. You plan to go alone? An agent with no combat experience would just be a liability. Tell me what you know about Muhlenkamp and this Sydney fellow. Sydney Lostarat, leader of the religious cult Muhlenkamp. His real name and age are unknown, one of many self-styled prophets of the apocalypse. So why would a cult missionary commit such a crime? I do not know what the Cardinal thinks, but the VKP believes he is no prophet. Indeed, he is in dark alliance with Duke Bardorba, who controls Parliament from behind the scenes. That the cult is but a front. Perhaps this incident is a sign of some falling out between the two? Or merely another of the Cardinal's witch hunts? There are many would-be prophets in the land these days, but Sydney is different. His prophecies ring true, and those enraptured by the way he hums revelations, as though they were simple ballads. All say the same, he is a miracle. In any case, he has a strange power. He can guess the past of those he meets. He can even read hearts. They say his charisma is such that his followers offer both body and soul to him. Sounds like you're quite taken with him yourself. Agent Riot. If I do not return by tomorrow eve, inform HQ on you. Godspeed. Agent Riot. Godspeed. We sent men to monitor the abandoned mineshaft that leads to Liamonde. All were found dead. At the entrance, other bodies were found. 2 knights of the Cardinal's Crimson Blades. Yeah, I fumble a bit with the reading. Our men were murdered with swords, but the knights' wounds were sure they died by their own hands. At present, we have taken the bodies into our custody, and our specialists are conducting the examination. Exempt from Garland's incident investigation report. See, I'm training. I'm a fast reader in training. Ah, vintage wine. No live burials today, thanks. No live burials. Go, Lucy, go, go, go. A strange power indeed. You know what you can do in this game? You'll be impressed. You can jump. Hold on, I have to fix something. Controller. Port 1. How do I even turn it on? Or whatever. Can I? Yes! Alright, it works. Perfect. Alright. You can jump in this game. Hold on. I'm gonna... what the hell? Okay, I have to check something again. Controls. I don't both. Can't you have both? Oh. Well, never mind then. Alright. Get excited because we just found a save point. Isn't that exciting? Look, I can save the game now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, literally, oh my god. Literally, oh my god. Tovarish, Bukler, Leatherglove, Verabulb, Kurebulb. So many exciting things. Hold on. This game is actually pretty convoluted when it comes to its equipment system, I'll have you know. You know? This game is actually has a pretty convoluted system when it comes to certain things. Like, you see how there's these stats: human, beast, undead, phantom, dragon, evil. They're like, all you specialize with weapons for certain types of enemies, and then there are also different types of weapons. They have different stats. It's all very convoluted. The game doesn't suck. Come on, be nice. Like, this is like a beast type enemy. Yeah, beast. It says here, beast. Actually, I might have to start switching weapons. Hold on. What is this weapon good for, actually? Human, beast. Is Tovarish better against beast? Oh yeah, I guess I'm gonna use Fandango for humans and I'm gonna use Tovarish for beasts. I've decided now in my head that this is gonna be the, you know. I decided in my own head this. Oh, this game also has puzzles. Have I mentioned this game has puzzles? Moving boxes. And now I can climb. Because I moved the boxes so that I can climb the boxes and move to a different area. This is a puzzle dungeon game. Basically. It was only super cinematic at the beginning. The entirety of the game is just walking through a dungeon and solving puzzles and killing monsters. Well, got her open. It's no good. Not even a budge. What's this? It weren't locked a moment ago, eh? No key holds this door. Libya Grimoire, what's doing this? Well, who'd lock it then? Someone inside? Bugger if I know. Look, we'll be cut off from the others. And where are those scouts, man? They've not returned. This be no time for loafing around. Keep your cap on, brother. Now come up here and take a look at this. I'm gonna slaughter them. What's that? A grimoire? I'm gonna slaughter those suckers. Chop them up. I better switch my beast weapon to my human weapon. Actually, while we're at it, by the way, armor also is good against certain types of enemies. So this armor is good for humans. Okay, but I'm gonna have to switch for my beast armor. Okay, if we're playing this game correctly and properly, then I have to have a separate set of armor and weapons for beasts, for when I'm fighting them, or for humans. If we're gonna be playing this game well and proper, like God ordained. This too be a grimoire is doing. By the gods. I'd have heard of it, but this. And a worm of a dragon was sighted at the Duke's Manor. Well, if there's magic about dragons, who won't be far behind. I worry about Guildenstern and the others. Ah, they'll be fine. Think of it. If we've witnessed miracles such as these on Leamonde's doorstep, what then lies within? You wear naivete like a crest, brother. Surely the masters know of this grimoire. Mayhaps we've just been in the dark, eh? Yet our charge is to drop those Milencamp scoundrels and procure the miracles of Leamonde. It's just a rumor, but I've heard that Guildenstern's lot works them magics as well. Rubbish! We're servants of the Lord. No true knight of the cross would dabble in the black arts. It's only a rumor, brother. But if Sydney is truly the worker of diablerie, they claim he is, I say, fight fire with fire. I say, let the Lord be our shield. Ever the chore boy. Coar boy, chore boy. The only shield I see is the one covering your eyes. Heretic or no, I believe what I see, and right now I see sorcery. Swine will take wing. Force the likes of us use magic, my friend. Aye, but with a grimoire, your fattest sow could outfly my swiftest falcon, if you believe the chroniclers. With a grimoire, you say? You could even make cobblestones float like clouds. Kill you. Uh-oh. Kill you. Boom. Oh my god. Heh. Hehe. Die. Die. Hello. I just murdered them. I just chopped them up to bits. What game is this? This is Vagrant Story. A game from the PlayStation 1. You know, from the times when Squaresoft was still Squaresoft and not Square Enix and cared about the games they made. Oh, I'm switching to my beast weapon and beast shield, beast armor. Okay, we're switching the whole set. You can actually set sets, which I should probably do at some point, not to, you know, have to switch all the time. Also, you learn combos later in the game. Different types of combos that have different effects. And then your risk, the longer the combo, the bigger the risk. And the bigger the risk, the more damage you take. And your hit percentage is lowered. And also, you learn magic. So this game is... I mean, the game introduces those systems to you slowly, but... Oh, there was a trap. And there are traps, of course, as you witnessed. Here comes one of the Parliament's watchdogs. You go back and silence his yapping. Parliament's watchdogs? An agent of the Viki Pay. You can follow orders, can you not? The Viki Pay is your enemy. Now go. Sir. Sir. Sydney fooled them all. So I guess I'm switching back to my human equipment now. Oh, they destroyed my box. He does. That's his greatest power. Should probably heal myself or something. The more humans hit the weapon, the armor that you're wearing, the more better it becomes against humans. This is basically how the system works. The more you attack, I say, certain type of enemies. Oh yeah, also you learn defensive skills. If you hit them right before the enemy hits you, there are effects like you recover some health, etc. But I have to unlock all these things. And I've not yet. Should probably items, cure root, Vera root. As you can see, I have to cast items. I have to cast items like magic. That's right, because I'm a risk breaker. This game also has some random elements in it. After each boss, as you will see, you will gain one random stat. Not again. This is a big one. I do not feel I'm welcome here. Okay, we're switching to my beast equipment, I guess. Oh, I have a buckler. Alright. It's gonna be my beast buckler. Alright. Doggy. Hello, doggy. Bye. Yeah, we're exploring. At least this game has a mini-map right off the bat. I'm being mean, but you know, it's like a pretty cool game. Oh wow, 100. I should cure myself soon. The door has been unlocked because it has been locked for some reason before. Pretty detailed, nice graphics for the PlayStation 1, that is. I'm not sure where this is supposed to lead, but it's cool that I can climb here. Okay, 7 Heaven. We have found a crossbow. Reinforced glove. So I guess reinforced glove is gonna be another one of our beast equipments. I'm not sure what type of enemy we're gonna use the crossbow on, but so far we have a setup for Oh, there are gems. Oh yeah, and there's also gems. You can assemble and disassemble weapons to create new ones because this game is actually pretty convoluted. Believe it or not. It feels easy at the beginning, but it quickly becomes very convoluted. Which is actually why many people have not finished it. Because it's also not that easy. It feels easy at the beginning, as I've said, but it's actually not as easy later. There's certain skills that are just mandatory to use. Oh. I think this is the boss room. No, not yet. I think the next room is gonna be the boss room. So I'm gonna heal. It'd be very bad to just die at the first boss, which is a very easy boss, but you know. There is something holding this door shut. I wonder if I can use this very obvious ladder to, you know. I wonder. Is there anything I can do here? Pull lever. Yes. I will pull the lever to further the game. The door is closing. Uh-oh. It's a time thing. Ashley made it through. Yay. Okay, that's the boss. Papa. One time was I playing Sons of the Forest, I did the sleeping charged melee attack on the enemy and it was so much damage that the character just exploded into pieces. Damn. Well, the characters don't explode here. There's no gore in this game. If you want gore, we're gonna play Vandal Hearts in some future opportunity. That game has, you'll see. You'll see when I show you. It also has a beautiful song. Okay, this. I know I said it 5 times now, but this is the boss room. This is actually the boss room. Oh my god, okay, this is embarrassing. I'm embarrassing myself. I thought I knew this game, but apparently not. Okay, the next room is the actual boss room. Next room, I swear, is the boss room. Not in this game. You can do different things in this game. You can assemble and reassemble your weapons. And you can hit dolls for hours on end to make them good against a type of enemy. That's what you can do in this game. Oh, cure potion. Cool. We're gonna need it against the boss because this is definitely the boss room. See, I didn't lie to you. Oh crap. Gonna hit it on the head. What? How did I miss this huge head? Oh my, how did I miss? It's a very big head, okay? Come on. Come on, guy. Risk breaker rank, normal agent. Okay, now we're trying to pick a good stat. We're gonna pick a good stat at random. Okay, press button. Tell me where to press. Okay, I'm pressing now. What did I get? What did I get? Intel. Oh, screw that. That's a really. Although magic is a thing in this game. Well, I wish I had my Chamori Grisil, Chamori Gureral. Oh, heal! Finally! Grimoire Debil! Dispel Degenerate. Temporarily decreases target strength. Oh, that's actually pretty good. Those are actually pretty good things. Unseals Adore in the Wine Cellar. Those are actually pretty good spells. We're gonna learn. I think you have to learn them. Okay, we're gonna Grimoire Debil and Grimoire Guarir. I've learned heal. Master the spell heal. Okay. We're gonna learn the Debil spell. The Degenerate. Oh, no one in range. Never mind. Also, we're gonna take a package. Where's the package? There was a package here. Could have sworn there was a... you know... I saw it. I saw a box somewhere around here. There you go. Pelta shield is going to be our human shield. Alright. Another happy landing. Are we using our anti-beast set? Sydney. So this is a risk breaker. Most men complacently accept knowledge as truth. They are sheep ruled by fear. But you are different. Always calm, detached, a smooth flow of thought into action. Indeed, it is almost as if you had no soul. How do you do it? Body and soul are one, yet yours are separate, like a child from the night in his storybook. Where's your soul, Riskbreaker? Is this Vicky P training? Or did you see something that made you shut your soul away? Show me your soul. You killed your beloved wife and child. They were slain by fallen knights, jackals. Wrong! You failed to protect your wife, your child. You failed in your duty as a knight, as a husband, as a father. You killed them! Sydney? Try to catch me, Ashley Riot. Look outside yourself to find your truth. What's your game? Harden. Ashley. Merlot's. Pay no heed to me. Take them, Riot. Take them. The City of Shade will forgive your sins, my son, and call forth a power that lies within you even now. This is my game. I run, you give chase. I am the heart and you the hunter. But this heart has laid a few snares of his own. I am waiting for you, Riskbreaker. Hold, Sydney. Hold it, you bastard. Damn. Ashley has recovered battle abilities from his suppressed memory. What is happening? I am waiting for you, Ashley Riot. And now we have skills that we can assign. Chain, like heavy shot, inflicts an amount of additional damage equal to 70% of damage dealt. Gain life so you can regenerate by attacking enemies. I think I'm going to do this over here. Temper inflicts an additional damage of 40% of damage on foe and repairs a small amount of weapon damage points. Oh yeah, did I mention that I think your weapons deteriorate as well? Wait, hold on. That's right, I think your weapons deteriorate with use as well, so you have to... Hold on. Yeah, your weapons deteriorate, I forgot about that. Yeah, of course. Of course, it all would have been too easy if it didn't. Of course. Because this game has system within systems within systems. Hold on. Defense abilities. I forgot to set the defense abilities that you can hit when you get hit. Successful use of this ability prevents paralysis and numbness. I guess this is gonna be square. Reflect damage. Reflects 40% of damage. Does not reduce damage received. Effective versus non-magical attacks. Reduces physical damage by 50%. This is gonna be triangle. So now I can actually prevent just getting full damage when I'm hit, and I can chain my attacks into combos. This game is actually pretty good, I told you. Oh yeah, this is the human doll. I used to take the bait, okay? I used to take the bait and spend hours hitting this doll in order to max out my human damage stat on a weapon. And later I decided, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not wasting my life on hitting a doll in a game. But I've wasted so much time doing that though. I've wasted so much time doing that. Oh my gosh. I've wasted so much time. It's a human doll, right? Yeah, human doll. So we're gonna change to our human set. And I'm gonna demonstrate to you how this looks like. We're gonna go back to our human set. But we don't need human. Wanna hear a joke? Yes. Wait, hold on. Greater, are you white? All of a sudden? Why did you become white all of a sudden? What the hell? You were not white before. You were orange just moments ago. How do you build suspense? By bridging the gap. Okay, look at the combo. Okay, I screwed it up. But you've seen that I did a combo, right? The game tells you if you hit it too fast, too slow, etc. The most brain of grinding I've ever done is that as a kid. I would cut off a wood. Well, this is basically it. Oh yeah, also you cannot do the same move twice in a row, so you have to sort of and you can do that indefinitely, but your risk level keeps rising, so etc. You know, you can do it. You can do this indefinitely, and once your weapons put away, your risk level goes down. Let me see. Oh, you can go first person view as well. Jesus, this game has everything. This game literally has everything that you can dream of in a game. Okay, have I actually... Oh wow, I actually increased my human level. I'm actually really tempted to actually stay here and hit this doll until I get... Should I keep hitting the doll? Wait, hold on. You know that I can unironically just go now to that Destiny debate and do the doll while we do the Destiny debate? That is such a smart idea. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna do the doll. I'm gonna do the doll while we, I guess, listen to Destiny debate. Because I had this planned for today's stream. Oh my god, I'm so smart. I have such a big brain. I'm so... Wow. Ooh. Damn. Okay. We're watching the debate. Destiny versus some lady that has a huge 500,000 channel. Oh, Vosh is streaming. Sith Lord. Where's Destiny is debating someone called Kim Iversen. Alright, let's go. Let's watch the debate. On modern day debates. And I'm gonna do the doll while we do it. Oh boy. I'm so excited. Kim Iverson? Yes. Kimi Versen. Modern day debates. One person's pro Kamala Harris, one is anti. If it's too loud, tell me. We're gonna whatever. This is taking too
Get back
long.
on the same page factually about stuff that's right now the Conservative Party in the United States is completely and totally divorced from any type of factual reality. I think that the
True.
Democrats, whether you agree or disagree with their policies, are at least more in the real world than the
Digital.
Republicans are. If you want, you can look through the Dominion lawsuit against Fox
A priest, pastor, and a rabbit enter a clinic to donate blood. The nurse asked what the rabbit blood type was, and the rabbits replied, "I'm probably a type O." What? You deadass just said you wasted so much time on the doll before. Well, listen, okay? We're not wasting time now. We're watching a debate. I didn't have streams and debates when I was a young teen, okay? I only had this. I only had to look at the screen and hit the doll, okay? I didn't have cool internets and cool debates to occupy myself while I did the doll. I had to focus on the doll. That's why I say it was a waste of time, okay? I had to focus all my energy on the doll. And now I don't have to. Now I can do the debate. Listen, someone should gift Greater Rain something. Someone should get Greater Rain something because being white is unacceptable.
Fox News, where Fox News literally says over and over again, we're going to lie about the Dominion machines. They do lie about the Dominion machines.
They're
reason why they do
liars.
that is to keep up with the other false conservative media that's lying about the Dominion machines. And you can see this over and over and over again, whether it's all of the allegations of voter fraud, where Sidney Powell and Giuliani have said that they lied about it, whether it's Trump pushing voter fraud claims that he has been told over and over again are not true. Yeah, I just think that the fact that conservatives are no longer based in reality is a huge threat to really the world because it makes it so we can't live in the same reality, so we can't even discuss policies, and instead we're wasting all of our time debating conspiracies. And that's, I think, one really good reason to support the Democratic Party. On policies, I think supporting the Democratic Party or the Harris candidacy is also important because Trump has no policies. Every time he opens his mouth,
he's
just
an
says some
outlier of a
random
plan.
crazy stuff. He's talking about a 10%, 20% tariff on all imports. I don't even know if he fully knows what a tariff is. At times where we're worried about things like inflation, the idea of adding like 10 or 20% of a price tag onto every single good that you buy is absolutely insane. I think that...
No offense to the person that debated me yesterday, but I asked myself a few times if the person knew what certain things were.
In terms of economic policy or in terms of domestic policy, I think that the Democrats are much more able to get real stuff done rather than just kind of like pander to an audience. For example, Trump ran on building the wall. He had 4 years to build the wall. He didn't build the wall. He had Republicans in both halves of Congress. There's really no excuse for his failures other than blaming the people around him, which I don't know why he wouldn't just do that again the next 4 years that he's in. Spoiler alert, he will do that again. You compare Donald Trump's, saying we're going to do something about China to Biden passing the CHIPS Act because he was able to actually be an effective leader and get Congress to legislate an actual bill. Or if you look at how the Democrats tried to tackle the border problem, where they had a bill and Trump shot it down because he wants to keep the border open for election season. I think it's clear that the Democrats win when it comes to actual policy.
Open border season. I've only seen this lady talk about pro-Palestinian stuff before, so it sucks to see the rest of her politics are like this. She's also anti-Ukraine, just so you know. I've checked her channel. I don't know.
And I think Donald Trump as an individual is an abhorrent, amoral, un-American, unpatriotic, treasonous person who tried to weaponize the DOJ. He tried to create fake slates of electors in order to overturn the electoral vote. He basically cheer-led violence.
Also, why would you be pro-Donald Trump as a pro-Palestine person? That just boggles the mind. I'm sorry. I'm just going to say, throw it out there. If you're pro-Palestine and pro-Trump, then there's something wrong with your priorities in life.
January 6th to try to pressure legislators to now certify the vote. And he tried to subvert the peaceful transfer of power, only leaving when at multiple stops there were other people inside of the administration that basically stopped his attempt to
his own administration.
take over power in the United States to prevent the actual outcome of the last election from coming to fruition. So I think that Harris is a very, very easy choice over Trump, basically no matter which way you look at it. But yeah, that's my argument.
You got it. Thank you very much for that opening, Stephen. And folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, don't forget to hit that subscribe button as we have many more upcoming debates. And we're going to kick it over to Kim. Thanks for being with us, Kim. The floor is all yours for your opening as well.
Thank you.
right.
The reason why you should not vote for Kamala Harris, I think the biggest reason why you should not is to protect democracy, the very thing that Democrats claim.
What? I'm sorry, the MAGA hats have decided to do a reverse card on the democracy thing. I'd like to hear the argument for that. Kamala Harris is gonna topple democracy. Democracy is on the ballot because Kamala Harris is out to get it. Okay. Okay. All right. That's interesting. That's an interesting take.
Trying to protect. Meanwhile, Vice President Kamala Harris ran for president in 2020. She ended up having to drop out early from the race before the first primary vote because her candidacy did not generate any significant support among the Democratic electorate. There was a lack of enthusiasm. There was a lack of confidence in her leadership. Nonetheless, even without all of that support, she ended up being selected by party.
And yet she has support now and there's enthusiasm now. Just because there wasn't enthusiasm in 2020, it doesn't mean there is not an enthusiasm now. There definitely is. Just look at reality around you. If democracy on the ballot, can we vote against democracy? Seems contradictory if both sides are pushing the idea our country really is a joke. I mean, no. Kamala Harris is not anti-democracy. This person is just incorrect.
Elites to be the vice president for Joe Biden. Furthermore, then what Democrats have done is they have squashed any ounce of the ability to have an election. They squashed any candidates that were challenging Joe Biden, unlike Republicans who actually had a primary, trying to primary Donald Trump. We saw numerous candidates going after Donald Trump. Nikki Haley ran a very fierce campaign against him. So did Ron DeSantis. Meanwhile, Democrats actually buried any possible counter to any alternatives to Joe Biden. They then decided to take the guy out to pasture, essentially pushing him aside against his will.
DeSantis never stood a chance. What a joke. Saying that DeSantis was a fierce competition to Trump. Wasn't he the guy? Was he the guy that did his debut on Twitter or something and it was a mess?
They then had no open primary in order to nominate Kamala Harris as the candidate. And they instead, once again, in the same very way that they made her the vice president candidate, is that the party elites from a very top-down structure without the support of the American people, without the support of their Democratic voters, decided to anoint Kamala Harris as the candidate. If you care about democracy, even if you like Kamala Harris, to support that type of anti-democratic behavior is signing off on...
What a joke. That's the argument that it's against democracy? What a joke. I'm sorry. Oh, vice president just gets selected. How undemocratic. Kamala Harris just got selected. Oh, how... that's stupid. I'm sorry. Being stupid. No comparison
this
to
happening
Trump's
over and
anti-democratic
over and over again.
actions.
To agree to this, maybe you like Kamala Harris today. Maybe she is the person that you think you agree with.
Kamala Harris has been selected as the nominee. Well, that's basically like January 6th, isn't it?
With her policies, but the fact that Democrats have done it in this very undemocratic way, you're paving the way for this sort of authoritarian top-down form of leadership that the next time the candidate that you don't like could end up being the one nominated. Although I will say that the vast majority of the voters do not like Kamala Harris, so she's not a particularly popular candidate. She has the lowest approval rating of any vice president ever in the history of this nation since polling has come out, with a net negative rating of -17. So, Kamala, if you care about democracy, if that's something that you genuinely want to preserve in this nation, then you cannot support the way that the Democratic Party has gone forward.
This is so stupid that I hope that the first thing Destiny is going to say is that this is very stupid. I hope. Oh, I hope.
Nominating their candidate.
Thank you very much for that opening as well. Folks, want to let you know we're going to have roughly 1 hour and 45 minutes for tonight. So do get your questions for the Q&A in early. You can do that either tagging me in the live chat with @ModernDayDebate, or you can use the super chat that will push your question to the top of the list. We don't want insults toward the guests. We want sincere questions. Thank you very much. Floor is all yours, Destiny and Kim.
Yeah, I guess the first thing is, do we agree that Donald Trump thought that Vice President Pence could choose him as the winner of the last election?
Yes.
I don't know what Donald Trump thought when it came to that. I think that there are some legalities with how our country runs that do allow for certain procedures. A lot of them are really wonky and they get into the weeds. So
The weeds.
there is maybe a possibility that he thought something could happen, but
Okay, are
or
you
maybe he
aware
didn't.
that Trump and Eastman wanted Pence to break the law?
The weeds.
Congress, the Electoral Count Act, they wanted him to break that law to choose Donald Trump to remain president.
Once again, I'm not sure if that was breaking the law or if that was using an obscure procedural rule that would allow for something along those lines. That has been debated by experts. I am not an expert on that, but experts do debate that.
To be clear, experts don't debate it. Are you aware that Eastman himself said?
Oh, no, why do you say that
Thank
experts
you.
don't debate that when they do debate that?
Because
I mean,
there
that
are
is-
none. Find them and bring them to me, and I will destroy all of them.
You don't
no
think that
real
there are
expert.
any
No, there are none.
that there are
Correct.
any experts that debate whether or
I'll
not there
destroy one of them. Thank you for the tier 1. Lucy looks tasty. Eater. What? That sounds very inappropriate. Okay? That sounds very inappropriate.
are some procedural rules that would allow for certain things to happen during those procedures. You don't think that there's any expert out there that was arguing that? Because I heard numerous experts saying that there was this, obscure rule that would allow something like that to happen.
Maybe from other countries, but not from the United States. No, there were no serious experts arguing this. That's why Eastman himself said that if it went to the Supreme Court, he said they'd probably lose 7-2,
True.
and he said they'd probably lose 9-0.
7-2. So 2 of the Supreme Court justices, do you not think that they know the laws of this country?
Eastman was asked on First Pass, do you think that they would win in the Supreme Court? And he said, "You would probably
Thank you for the $5. I meant in a cannibalistic way. That doesn't make it any better, actually. I'm not sure if it makes it any better. Appeal to authority fallacy. True. I always appeal to authority. My own authority. Bam. Got 'em. I always appeal to my own authority because I am the authoritat. You must respect my authoritat. That's a South Park reference, very randomly. But it's true. It's true. The only appeal to authority that is not fallacious is my authority. Yeah, but it's still inappropriate, I would say.
lose 7-2, and then he admitted they would lose 9-0.
But actually, we don't know because it never went to the Supreme Court. But had it, maybe it would lose 7-2. I'm not saying it would have won, but the fact that there maybe would have been 2 or 3 justices that would have ruled in favor show that there is an obscure rule that potentially could have been used that Trump thought that would be possible.
If you're the progenitor, if you're the originator of the idea, and even you think that you would lose in the Supreme Court, but maybe 2 people will side with you, that doesn't seem like an idea that's hotly contested by experts.
Experts clearly, if 2 of them would agree to it, then maybe you wouldn't win, but it still doesn't mean that the rule isn't worth challenging. There's plenty of cases that lose in the Supreme Court. It doesn't make them not worth challenging.
Do you think it would be in line with American democracy for the president to tell the vice president to ignore the will of the voters and choose who the next president is going to be?
I think that if the will of the voters was ignored by the electoral process and if the vote was rigged, then yes, absolutely. It would be the responsibility of the president of the United States to actually put that forward to protect democracy in this country. Depends on how you look at it. If it were Donald Trump who subverted the election and Kamala Harris actually wins and you believe in your mind.
Then all you have to do, the next logical step is for every single president when they lose to just say that it was rigged. And make it like the, duty. I love it. I love this line of thinking. Kim is the
or
best.
You know for sure that she
Kimverse.
Actually won. Wouldn't you
do it to say do it to say you did it for optic reasons? What? Do it to say you did for I'm not, what do you mean? Glorious content. I'm not following you. I'm not following your logic.
You want them to challenge that? Wouldn't you want them to try to do whatever they could to preserve democracy? The only reason you're against it is because of the person. And you've got to look deeper than that. It's got to be about the
Gotta be
actual
deep.
process, not the person. Donald Trump might not be your guy or my guy, but nonetheless, the process needs to be protected.
Yes, I agree with that. You already said that you don't know the process, so I don't know why you're appealing to the process.
I'm
Donald Trump
saying
did
that the
try to
process-
challenge the election with 64 different court cases. He won one of them in an inconsequential Pennsylvania case that didn't really impact much of the vote at all. He lost the other 63. He was shot down in the Supreme Court a number of times, and he was shot down when he tried to present false evidence to state legislatures a number of times. Everywhere that he tried the process, he lost, and that ended up with him begging Pence to basically just choose him as the winner of the election. At what point can we not
Damn. That almost seems like a logical reason to do something that won't work. Maybe it's not worth Steel Manning. I mean, he tried it because he wanted to overrule the
say
election.
this is probably anti-democratic?
How is that anti-democratic? He went through the process. If you challenge things in court and you lose in court, that's still using the process. Just because you lost doesn't mean that you're doing anything illegal. You're using
It
the
was
process.
illegal to break the ECA. He lost in the courts. That's why he told Pence, I need you to break the law and choose me to be president.
True.
That was the process. He went through the courts and he lost. He didn't like the result. And then he asked Pence to choose him to be the winner of the election. This is anti-democratic.
I believe that is part of the, if that's part of the process, that's part of the process.
What?
Was it part of the
Telling Pence to choose him was part of the process.
That's when they had people forge in 7 different states that they were the electors and that they wanted to vote for Trump.
Again, there are a lot of rules with the process. In fact, when the Democrats were upset that Donald Trump had won in 2016, they pursued similar tactics. They
Can you
wanted to
name a
actually
single
have,
state where they had a false slate of electors made without the approval of the state legislature?
I believe
No.
Colorado actually in
No.
2016 did put forward some alternate electors, or even said that they wanted to have a compromise candidate send electors to do the election and instead put Mitt Romney in as a compromise candidate. I remember this very clearly.
Hypothesizing on what a state legislature said that maybe they want to do to maybe they did is far different
there
than
was a
Trump's
push for it.
campaign.
There was
That's
an
great
actual
that there was
push.
a push for it. That's great that some people might have pushed for it. Donald Trump and his underlings falsified
Underlings.
7 different slates of electors for Pence to choose on January 6th. This is anti-democratic. What could be less democratic than trying to change the outcome of the election of a state because you don't like the result?
I could think of a few things that would be pretty in the same vein.
Do you believe that the election results in Venezuela were accurate?
I'm not Venezuelan. I don't care about the results in Venezuela, but we had ways to challenge the results in the United States, breaking the law and having
True.
the vice president choose you to be the president.
Good
again.
answer. Don't pivot to Venezuela. What?
Surely you can see the conflict of interest there, right? The guy that is president right now is saying that the election was rigged when he's running for election again. I mean, like, why would we trust this person who lost in every other forum?
In 2016, Democrats believed that the elections were rigged.
Hillary.
No, they... Co? Potem ci powiem. No, didn't believe they were rigged. They believed they were... They believed there was interference. Not that it was rigged. Okay? Interference and rigged are 2 different things.
But Hillary, what's the difference though? In 2016, Hillary conceded that night. Donald Trump
True.
said stop the count and tried to win the election early.
Did
You see the
Hillary really
difference?
concede, or
Yep, she did.
She conceded and then
She did.
continued to undermine behind the scenes Donald Trump's presidency, continued to delegitimize it, continued to go after him numerous times over and over after 2016.
You
I
can
don't
talk to
think
people
that.
however you want. What could be less democratic than Donald Trump telling Pence, I want you to make me the president again. I'm not happy with these court results. I'm not happy with what's going
True.
on. I need you
Answer.
to choose me again to be president.
I don't think that's actually a clear characterization.
You're taking
of what
him
really
out of
happened.
context.
It is absolutely what happened. It
Well,
is
from your
verbatim.
perspective, but I
No,
don't
from
think
the
from
perspective of every
perspective-
single person involved. That's why Eastman, after it failed, was emailing Giuliani saying, like, hey, remember that pardon list? I think I do need to be stuck on that. I think I'm going to need
You know
some...
what I have to say about that? From a certain point of view. From my point of view, the Jedi are evil, and you are lost.
pardons preemptively, just in case. This is why Giuliani and Sidney Powell are being sued. It's why they've admitted that they lied about the voter fraud. It's why a lot of them are being disbarred now. Yes, this all happened. It's very public record, very open testimonies under oath. Yes, all of this happened. So do you agree that Donald Trump telling the vice president, can you make me president again? That's like the least democratic thing you could ever do in a democracy.
I think that if you think that the election was rigged, I think that it is your responsibility to protect democracy.
So you think that Donald Trump should have
I
tried to
don't want
steal the
to,
election if he thinks that
just
if he,
Forgive me. I just want to. I want to give you a chance to each of you to get any last thoughts on this, but then I want to redirect us back to Kamala Harris per se.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. I just think when we talk about democracies, the Democratic Party.
Say the Trump simp or Kamala hater. Kamala hater, but that's a distinction without a difference. To be quite honest with you, that's pretty much a distinction without a difference.
The Republican Party could literally right now say, oh, here's my candidate. We're going to put this guy forward, and then you guys can vote for them or not in the general election. Both parties have a right to do that. They're private parties. They can do whatever they want, basically. The idea that Kamala Harris, who was the vice president, who was on the ticket, that delegates that switch from Biden to Kamala Harris is somehow anti-democratic. You don't have to vote for them in the general if you don't want to. Nobody's forcing you to do that. But somehow Donald Trump telling the vice president, hey, I need you to just pick me as the president. I need you to pick me.
That's
and ignore,
democratic.
The will of the actual voters of the American population and just pick me to be the president again because I'm not happy with the results of the last election. That is the least democratic thing you could ever do in a democracy.
I think it was to delay in order to allow for more
Irrelevant.
counting. I don't think it was just
Delay.
install me as president again
was.
and anoint me as
It
president.
was
It
absolutely.
instead was a tactic to delay in order for the challenges to go through the court.
I mean, you can
Challenges-
think so, but it's just incorrect.
It had gone through and they'd all lost. All 64 cases were resolved by
Joe.
then. They had nothing live. Everything was dead. It was completely gone. That's why they wanted him to just choose him to be president again during
know
the
that-
January 6th counting ceremony. Yeah.
Forgive me, Kim. I'm sure you've got a round in the chamber ready to fire, but I do want to just redirect us just back to Kamala Harris per se.
Okay,
Please.
so regarding Kamala Harris, it is an undemocratic process to anoint the next person. Even if the Democratic
not.
Party is allowed to do this because they are a private company, I understand that the courts have ruled in that way. Shouldn't that bother you if you are somebody who actually wants to protect democracy?
No, I'm sorry. How do people like this have so many subscribers, etc.? Over 500,000. No, it's not anti-democratic. Like, vice presidents are also not voted for. It doesn't mean it's anti-democratic. In Poland, once you choose a prime minister, that prime minister, and along with the president, choose the cabinet. The cabinet is not being voted for. That's not anti-democratic either. Not everything is voted in. That doesn't mean that it's undemocratic.
Oh, Barry!
I'm sorry for saying something that sounds inappropriate. Forgive me. I will try. I'll do my best. I'll forgive you. I will do my best to forgive you.
It doesn't matter if these are private companies, if these are private corporations. They're supposed to be championing and standing for democracy. And in fact, that is something that the Democratic Party claims that they are holding the torch for, is democracy. Yet what they do is they completely undermine the voters. Kamala Harris has the lowest rating ever of any vice president in the history of this country. And yet they anointed her as vice president without even an open primary. They didn't have an open primary, nor did they have an open convention that would have allowed at least the electors to vote for other people. They didn't even allow that. They just said, Kamala Harris is our person. This is a person you're going to have to vote for. And they didn't give you a choice. That is
I already commented on this.
completely against.
She wasn't. She lost all the cases. There was no inaccuracies in the counting. He went to the court. He lost.
Democracy.
I have a choice. I can vote for whoever I want in the general election. So you're completely wrong there. The goal of the party is to put forth a candidate that is the most likely to win the election. I
Yes.
think that the Democratic Party choosing the person who is on the ticket that won more votes in any presidential election in all of history is probably better than trying to have an open primary and having us devolve into a crazy,
True.
shit show for a month trying to figure out who the next candidate is going to be. I think the DNC
Agreed.
choosing Kamala Harris probably gives them the best chance to win in the general, and I'll be voting for Kamala Harris because she was part of the ticket that all the other Democrats voted for on the last election. If you're not happy with that or if you don't like that, that's fine, but it's not anti-democratic because nobody is forcing you to vote that ticket. If you want, vote for somebody else or just don't vote at all or have a protest vote or whatever, and the DNC would would probably never do that again. The idea that it was anti-democratic for the DNC to pick the path that they wanted to put forth who they felt was the best candidate, which traditionally they do with the delegate process or an open primary, but this time because of extenuating circumstances, they just went with the vice president who was already on the ticket. I think to call that
Hello.
anti-democratic is silly. There's nothing anti-democratic
Hello.
about that. Nobody's forcing you to vote for Kamala in the general election.
Oh, how else are you going to vote? Who would you vote for then? Who are your options?
I could not vote. I could vote for Trump. I could vote for Jill Stein or the Libertarian candidate. You vote for whoever you want to vote for. It's the United States of America.
So you don't think that the party that is saying we are the party
We're the United States of America. Hello, Desidaru. It didn't mean for it to sound perverted. Well, you know, things happen. You should join the page. Please join the side page. As I hit the doll. Damn, it's proving. I am having problems. It's okay.
party for democracy and then completely subverting that democracy and not even listening to the will of the Democratic voters and instead just force feeding them a candidate. You think that is fine? That's democracy.
Standing for democracy is not what you do inside of a company.
Listen, he is pro Kamala Harris. That's enough for me for today. Him being pro Kamala Harris is enough for me for today, for the purpose of this debate.
Democracy is not what happens in the McDonald's manager's office. Democracy is what we do to protect the institutions of the United States of America while we're expressing our will through the structures of our government. The Democratic Party, as a private party, their goal is to put up the candidate that they think can win best. When the Democratic Party talks about protecting democracy, they're not talking about the internal primary process or how they, put delegates to different candidates. They're talking about defending democracy in the United States of America as part of the U.S. government. So their goal should be to put up the strongest candidate. There aren't a ton of people in the Democratic Party that hate Kamala Harris and are mad that they put her up. There are some extreme people, or there are some outsiders that are trying to say that it should be different, but Kamala was part of the most winning ticket in all of presidential history. If anything, I think I'd be more upset if I was a Republican and I saw that Donald Trump didn't even debate the other Republican candidates because he was so scared of now, as we've seen, being exposed as a delusional, insane old man that can't even hold his composure on stage. Donald Trump didn't have a single debate with Haley or with DeSantis, and you're going to say that process was somehow more democratic? No, they're private parties, but the Republican Party can choose their nominee however they want as well. I don't care. It's private parties.
They decided to actually listen to voters. That's how they did it. They decided to let people vote and decide. Nikki Haley put up a fierce campaign. So did Ron DeSantis. So did many others. And ultimately, the voters decided that they didn't care to hear a debate between Donald Trump or Ron DeSantis or Donald Trump and Nikki Haley. The voters decided, not the top-down elites sitting in a back room deciding who was going to be their best candidate. They didn't really want Donald Trump. There was a lot of internal chatter inside of the Republican Party not really wanting Donald Trump, but ultimately they did allow the voters to decide. So you're saying that in order to protect democracy, so you're saying in order to protect democracy, it is totally fine to not.
In order to protect democracy, it is totally fine to put out the strongest candidate that can beat the person that openly talks about dismantling democracy. Yeah, I think that's about right. Yeah, I think that's about right. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think that's accurate. I think that's accurate, actually.
Not allow the democratic process with the people in order to protect democracy. So then what in your mind is democracy?
It's not how private parties put forth their candidate.
True.
What's democracy?
Democracy is a very broad idea that expresses different forms of government that usually involve some form of the population voting. And
what would they vote on?
We could vote on a presidential candidate. We could vote on legislators and lawmakers. We could vote on city council people. We could do direct referendums to vote for policies.
I mean, democracy is basically the rule of the people, right? Demos, etc. Kratik, right? Isn't that basically just the rule of the people? We have a representative democracy, so it's, in this case, it's within a representative democracy. Democracy is a bunch of people in a country voting for people that will represent them. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they vote for who will be chosen to be the candidate to represent them. Listen, there are no dumb hills to die on.
So is it a democracy if, let's say, both parties just decide that they're going to nominate the same exact candidate and we're all going to have one choice and they have the freedom
How
to do
can
that?
one candidate be in two parties at the same time? That makes no sense. Can a single person be in two different political parties at the same time? Is that allowed? Someone tell me if that's allowed in the U.S. Can a person be a Democrat, a registered Republican, and a Democrat at the same time and run as a candidate for both at the same time? Is that allowed? I would think not.
Because they're both corporate private entities. So let's say they decide that they're both going to put forward their person, and that's who we get to choose, and there's nobody else on the ticket. Is it democracy just because we do get to go through the process of casting the vote for the one person that's available to us?
Other
Is that
people could run.
democracy?
Other people could run for president. Nobody's forcing you to vote for that candidate. You could do write-ins. You could vote for another person. You don't have to vote for who the two major parties nominate.
Well,
You
you're
understand that
clear-
how private companies do things it has nothing to do with democracy, right? Like
True.
the DNC could say we are going to do a survey across the United States of America, and we're going to make the tallest person in America our candidate. That would have no impact on our democracy. I imagine a lot of people would be upset. I probably just wouldn't vote for the Democratic ticket, and I'm sure another party would arise if we believe in free market capitalism and freedom and all that. I'm sure another party would come up and they would offer a better candidate. That has no impact on our democracy. Nobody's forcing
yeah.
you to put this person in government. This is just the candidate they're putting up. And again, I don't think we disagree. Kamala Harris was part of the ticket that got more votes than any other presidential ticket in the entire history of the United States. So why would I want them to do an open primary with a month to go and then have the entire party descend into chaos? Would that be more democratic to allow a whole bunch of people to come in and a whole bunch of crazy stuff to happen? Would we be more unified in 1 month afterwards? No, I think the DNC made the correct choice. The majority of the Democratic voters seem to think that they made the right choice. The fact that the Republican Party is currently in free fall, I think means that most people think the Democratic Party made the right choice. So yeah, I think it was a good choice. And if you don't like it, just don't vote for him. There's no impact on our democracy.
True. She's
And this is the
putting-
most bizarre argument. I mean, I'll just
I mean,
let you-
it's a true argument. Like, come on, that's very desperate to say that this undermines the democratic process. That the Democratic Party can just choose Kamala Harris as a nominee. That is so desperate. Come on.
I'll let you have that one because ultimately,
Thank you.
Ultimately, I think you just argued against yourself. This is
No,
not. You
no,
just
you didn't.
described anti-democratic processes and trying to claim that it's democracy. I don't even know
Is
how
it
to go with that.
anti-democratic when a supervisor tells an employee that they need to clock out because they're going to get overtime? Is that anti-democratic?
Is it
Somebody-
necromantic? Is it democratic for a private company to have terms of service that the users didn't vote on? There you go. My ultimate argument.
These are not democracies.
They can.
You
be,
have
can't
the-
they?
you have the
okay,
right
wait,
to
no, you know
leave
what?
your
You're right.
job.
I agree with you. I agree with what you just said. Companies are not democracies. Okay, the RNC and the DNC are private companies. That's all they are. And I agree with you. They're not democracies.
Well, the doll is dead. The doll died. I killed it. I killed the doll. Oh, I can learn a new chain ability or a defensive ability. I leveled up by hitting the doll.
Private companies that should not be running as private companies, especially when one of them in particular champions itself as the
This is actually really
torch
good.
bearer for democracy.
So what, we should pass laws in Congress that make the parties part of our constitution, or we imbue them in law somehow? Like, what does that even mean?
I think that there should be some laws that say that these political parties, if they are going to be political parties putting forth political candidates, that they do have to operate on the basis of democracy, that they should not be operating on the basis of being a private company, that even if they are private corporations, they are still participating in a certain marketplace, the marketplace of democracy, and they need to follow democratic processes in order to participate in that marketplace. Otherwise,
What the hell is the marketplace of democracy? No democracy specifies some. The democracy is not capitalism. There's no such thing as a marketplace of democracy. What the hell does that term even mean? Marketplace of democracy. Like, I don't know. People have this fixation of the word marketplace. Marketplace of ideas. Marketplace of this. Marketplace of that. Marketplace of democracy. You can pick and choose and buy your democracies on the marketplace of democracy. Jesus. Marketplace of democracy, whatever that means.
Otherwise, start a different company, be a different type of corporation, sell a product, do
If
something
you want to
different.
do, I mean, if you want to do that, that's fine. But like, we would have to change the entire process. Like, primaries aren't
really.
even really. Yes, absolutely. Do you think that a primary is even that democratic? How many people vote in the primaries? What, like 10 or 11 million people? What's democratic about people campaigning for Iowa and New Hampshire because they just arbitrarily happen to be the first two states, you know, that are casting the votes? What's democratic about a caucus, right? A bunch of people standing around and raising their hand and doing, you know, A's and Nays. Like, come on, or I's and A's. Like, no, the idea that the primary process is some holy vanguard of democracy is silly. When it historically, you know, over 100 years ago, I don't think parties had primaries for candidates. They literally just put a candidate forward, and we were closer in time then to our founding fathers than we are now. So this idea that we're less democratic because of how the primary, these are private companies. They can put forth candidates however they want. If you don't like it, don't vote for it.
So,
True.
okay.
This
I
needs
mean,
so
it's if you're going to participate in a democracy, this is kind of like the argument about when certain companies don't want to give services to certain groups of people. They don't like gays, for example,
No,
so they don't
that's
want to
not
sell
that
services to
argument at
gays.
all.
What the Supreme Court decides is if you're going to have an open business to the public, you have to serve the public. That is, you can't just decide just because you're a private company that you're going to do things your way. There are certain rules to the game. There's got to be rules to the democratic game. If you're going to participate and make a corporation that's going to be participating in the marketplace of democracy, then you need to be democratic in the way that you operate. You can close your primaries to only those who are registered voters, but you should be but typically what they're supposed to be doing and what we think they're supposed to do, but of course the legalities are a little bit different, is they are supposed to have primaries in each state or caucuses, and people are allowed, if they're especially registered for those parties, to vote in those primaries. Of course, the state doesn't really have to do that. They can, I mean, the parties don't really have to do that. They can, as you mentioned, they are private companies, but just because they can get away with these types of things does not mean that we should allow it or
Wait, just because they can what?
it in any way or say this is fine, we're okay with it. We should never be okay with the lack of democracy.
When
That's
you say
just
we should
stupid.
never be okay with it, so then
I
for the
do wanna-
wait, real quick, for the 150 years or whatever that this country didn't have primaries, then were we not a democracy? Then we just became a democracy like a few decades ago or whatever. Like what this argument?
I'm
is
not
nonsense.
even gonna mention the whole prime minister choosing the, you know, I'm not even gonna mention the whole prime minister choose in Poland. Prime minister along with the president, they choose the cabinet. They do not like democratically vote for the cabinet. So in a democracy, not everything is voted on. That's not how it works at all. Hello. Oh my God. Hello. I am playing Vagrant Story, the game from PlayStation 1, and watching my mandatory Destiny viewer boost debate about democracy and Kamala Harris. Yay! Hello! You should have been here for my yesterday's big debate. That's right, I debated a person. Alright, I'm gonna use this opportunity to introduce myself again. I'm Lucy Hadze, biggest Polish trans streamer, political trans streamer. I do politics. I usually cover the war in Ukraine. I sometimes even go to Ukraine. I go there pretty often to Kyiv and do some rebuilding stuff in Irpin, Bucha, and Izium. And I also do history and art and video games. Video games like this majestic gem Vagrant Story, which you're watching on the screen. So we're doing Vagrant Story and we're doing Destiny. That sounded very bad, but you know what I mean.
So, like,
I want to give
primaries have nothing to do with whether or
Thank
not you
you.
are a democracy. How you serve the public has nothing to do with whether or not a company is a democracy. Like,
True.
this argument is disconnected at every single level.
From
A party
reality,
can put forth
yeah.
the candidate however they want. Yeah.
on this particular topic, I want to give Kim the last word, and then I do want to examine someone in the chat said, hey, we really want to hear what you guys both think on Kamala and the economy particularly. Go ahead, Kim.
Okay, I don't know what democracy is then, if democracy doesn't involve grassroots people voting for
Well, that is very sad. That is a very sad turn of events when the debate opponent doesn't even know what democracy is. Maybe you should go back to the drawing board and read up on democracy then if you don't even know what it is. I know it sounds a bit mean, but this does seem to be the case for this person.
For what they want to vote for, getting the candidates in that they want to represent them, getting the policies in that they want to represent them. That to me is democracy. And I think that's the definition to most people. So
Wait,
to
hold
say
on.
that,
What's
well,
the
it doesn't
definition?
really matter. And I think that them getting the people voting for what they want. Democracy is then, if democracy doesn't involve grassroots people voting for what they want to vote for, getting the candidates in that they want to represent them, getting the
No, that's not actually how that works. That's not how that works at all. You vote for people, you vote for representatives because we're in a representative democracy. So first of all, you don't vote directly for what you want. You vote for the representatives that will sort of push for the things that you sort of vaguely want. And second of all, the parties put forward the candidates that you can choose to vote for or not. Look at this debate on Loner Box's stream too. It was painful watching her pretend to care about how democratic the DNC internal procedures. That is such a weak and desperate argument in my opinion. Like she opened with, oh yeah, if you vote for Kamala Harris, you're basically undermining democracy. Why? Oh well, because the Democratic Party just chose Kamala Harris as the nominee. Like, very weak. Are they gonna move past this? Are they gonna move past to any other argument? Is the next hour gonna be just about this? Very weak argumentation. Like this is very, very, very weak.
the policies in that they want to represent
Like by
them.
this logic, again, I will give this example for the 5th time, I think. In Poland, once you basically, the prime minister wins and the president, then they together basically just choose the people for the cabinet for all of the ministries of foreign affairs, agriculture, finances, etc. They're not voted in. Is that anti-democratic for the president and the prime minister to choose their cabinet in the government? There's no voting involved for those ministers of different sort of ministries. Does that mean Poland is not a democracy? No, of course it is. That's just ridiculous. Because people, again, vote for the representatives.
That to me is democracy. And I think that's the definition to most people. So to say that, well, it doesn't really matter. The democracy is you have the right to vote. You could just vote.
Also, most people might just not know what democracy is either. So that's also another argument. If you think about it for 5 seconds. It's just faking outrage. I can see that. Yeah. I have another video that I actually want to watch from this person because I've been checking this person out. I've been doing my research on this person. And question is, because all the people here have already watched this from the Loner Box raid. So do you want me to continue watching this debate of Destiny, or do you want me to watch this video of her from 4 months ago that says Poland to put nukes on Putin's doorstep, Ukraine to forcibly conscript Ukrainian men overseas? Because I can clearly see that this person is anti-Ukraine and Ukraine just happens to be in my ballpark. So which one do you choose? Which one do you want? Loner Box Raiders. Actually, I'm gonna start a poll on this. Greater Raint, if you could start a poll as well, that would be swell. Destiny debate versus anti-Ukraine video. Because those sort of people are very transparent. Usually are very anti-Ukraine. All right, we started the Also, I want to encourage you highly to join the side page. Oh, people just want Ukraine. Alrighty then. Listen, I'll be going to Ukraine again soon, so if you want, you know, you can help me by charging my war chest for Ukraine. I got a special laptop. I bought a laptop to be able to stream from Ukraine. See? I started a fund to get equipment, and now I got equipment, so I can now stream from Ukraine. So even if I go to Ukraine now, there won't be pauses in streaming. God willing that there won't be a pause in electricity. In that case, I would not be able to stream, but you know. But apart from that, you know, I'm gonna do interviews. I'm gonna do interviews in Ukraine. All right, what won? Ukraine. How many people voted? 8 votes out of 100 people. Only 8 people voted out of 97 people. 92 now. Come on, vote, people, vote. Be nice to me. If you cannot vote in a poll on YouTube, how are you gonna vote for your president in the election or whatever? This is anti-democratic. This is outrageous. It's unfair. As Anakin Skywalker would say, because I keep watching those silly parodies of Star Wars, AI generated. I love democracy. Oh, I hate democracy. I'm not a political idealist. I'm a killer. I hate okay, we're gonna watch quickly one of these parodies. Hold on. Yes, I know it's silly, but you know.
Oh, Barry!
Thank you for the $20 for future Lucy Ukraine stream purpose. Subscribe to Lucy. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna YouTube. Okay. Sith happens, because I know all Loner Box fans probably are Star Wars fans. I know it. I just know it that all Loner Box fans are Star Wars fans. So we're gonna watch this video, okay? Because all of you are Star Wars fans without exception. Without even a single exception, all of you are Star Wars fans, and this takes like 1 minute. So before Ukraine video, we're watching this. Where's the audio? Oh, I muted this. Unmute tab. Okay, now we're ready.
All right, what do you freaks want from me?
Well, we demand that you give up your emergency powers and return to democracy immediately.
No way, dude. I'm taking over the entire friggin' galaxy.
Yes.
All
this
right,
again.
so are you admitting to abusing your political influence, Chancellor Pulpencream?
Yep, I hate democracy. I'm a murderer, not a political idealist.
You must be joking, Chancellor. The Senate cannot approve of such behavior.
Well, first of all, I am the Senate. And second, who the heck are you?
Well, I'm Fred from the Human Supremacy Alliance.
Listen up, Chancellor. We will no longer tolerate your violations of the Constitution. We demand your removal from office immediately.
Well, did you style your hair with a lawnmower today?
Are you mocking my awesome, perfectly
This is
fitting
funny.
outfit?
This is humor.
Man, you can't be serious. Did you let Jar Jar handle your wardrobe?
Oh, really, dude? Misa will make Sith kebab out of you, sucker.
True.
All right. Go back where you came from, you alien freaks.
The alien freaks.
Dude, what the frig was that? Are you a Sith Lord?
Well, yes, Anakin. I'm a super duper sick Sith overlord.
That's wild.
Well, anyway, we need to get rid of that weird-looking nosy senator.
Actually, that's my wife.
My what?
Senator Amidala.
More like Senator A. Mediocre, am I right? By the way, I planted a bomb on her ship.
Man, that's a downer.
Well, you know, dude, sometimes Sith happens.
Well, Padme gone. Carry on.
Okay, I'm starting to lose people, so let's go to the Ukraine video. I'm actually looking. I wonder what the opinions are gonna be. I just wonder what's Poland I'm Polish, so this is right up my alley, discussing Poland.
Hello and welcome to the Kim Iverson Show. Thank you guys so much for watching. We do have a really great show for you. Lots of information. We're going to go through the latest on the war in Ukraine. Things are getting really ugly as the United States...
Things are not getting really ugly. We have the power of hindsight. We know this is from 4 months ago. I just wanted to... The reason why I'm watching is that I really, really, really wanted to know what this person's beliefs on Ukraine, opinions on Ukraine are. Because you can actually tell a lot about a person from their views about Ukraine, as I've learned recently. The more anti-Ukrainian a person is, the worse person overall they are. Which is not a surprise then that this sort of person would be against Kamala Harris and pro-Trump.
Ramps up a $100 billion aid package, more money coming in from Europe as the United States ramps up a $100 billion aid package, more money coming in from Europe.
Oh no, the Western allies that promised Ukraine to actually help and keep their promises to Ukraine actually keep their promises to Ukraine. I mean, they don't. The aid is very inadequate, very slow, and the US still to this day did not give permission to hit deep into Russian territory. But apart from that, yeah, I guess the packages are being pushed forward.
But they're going to start conscripting Ukrainian men from around the world, not just from Ukraine. We're going to get into that.
That's not exactly how that works. There's that sort of thing is actually being... This topic is continuing to this day. Like the Polish Minister of Foreign Affairs, for example, proposed cutting social welfare for men who are able to be in the military in Ukraine, to incentivize them to go home and join the army. I think Poland has created this initiative of training Ukrainian people within Poland, this legion, and equipping them and sending them to Ukraine. So it's not really forcible conscription across all around the world. That's actually pretty much impossible until you get... That's not happening, actually. But there are incentives that sort of make Ukrainian people go back or go to train in Poland, for example, to create this unit and be sent to Ukraine. But incentives and forceful conscription are not remotely the same thing. So already with the power of hindsight, we know that's just a bunch of nonsense from Kim here.
Also, the latest coming out of Gaza, mass graves have been found. Very devastating imagery and devastating claims that are coming out.
We're gonna focus on Ukraine topics. We're not really gonna be getting into the whole...
And verified by CNN reporters, by Reuters reporters. We're going to go into that. What they're...
Lucy, how do you feel about the argument that the rest of NATO needs to start spending more on military? In my opinion, that was the only Trump argument that kind of makes sense. But it's not just a Trump argument. And I think it could have been done in a far better way than Trump's weird, if you don't pay, we're just gonna let Russia do whatever the hell it wants to the countries that will not pay. There are far better ways to go about organizing NATO to up their spending, you know? I think Poland would have ramped up its spending, for example, Donald Trump threat or not, because Poland is really nervous, really scared about Russia. Which is why, interestingly enough, Ukraine itself has started being more aggressive towards Poland when it comes to Polish aid, because Ukraine posits that Poland is in enough immediate danger that aiding Ukraine is not even in Ukraine's interest, but in Poland's direct interest, you know? Those are the relations between Poland and Ukraine have become a bit more tense and complicated than people think. It has not been really reported on a lot, but there has been a meeting between Zelensky and Polish Minister of Foreign Affairs last Friday, and that meeting did not go very well. There was a lot of tension. There was a lot of resentment over the exhumation of the Volyn massacre victims. If you don't know what the Volyn massacre was, ask in the chat, although I suspect most Lonerbox viewers probably know what the Volyn massacre was. And on the Ukrainian side, Zelensky told the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Poland that Poland is basically not helping Ukraine enough in its accession talks with the European Union. That was number one sort of thing that Ukraine sort of does not like. And the second thing is that Poland could provide more weapons, equipment, but doesn't want to. And the third point is that there was a third point. Weapons, European Union. Oh gosh, I'm so blanking out of the third thing that Ukraine did not like about Poland. I think, yes, it was the same Volyn massacre. Ukraine in turn said that Poland is just weaponizing the Volyn massacre topic in service of its internal politics. That was the Volyn massacre. Is you had this organization, far-right organization called UPA, Ukrainian, the Ukrainian nationalist organization. You had the OUN, Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, and they had like a military branch called UPA. And UPA, I'm giving you a very short TLDR. During World War II, UPA, in the territories that it considered to be ethnically Ukrainian, mass murdered Polish people that lived there. It is referred to as the Volyn massacre. A lot of Polish people died in that massacre. And of course there were Polish reprisals where Polish units went and as revenge killed a bunch of Ukrainian people. It was a very messy affair. And now there's a whole tension point between Poland and Ukraine about the exhumation of Polish victims of the Volyn massacre. That is like the shortest TLDR that I can give you about this very, very complicated topic that involves things that have developed before the war in the so-called Second Polish Republic and revolves around the creation, even before the Second Polish Republic was established, there was a thing called the Western Ukrainian People's Republic and the Ukrainian People's... It's all very complicated and we will not get into it here. I will do a whole history speech about it one day. Or maybe I'll just make a video essay about it. A historical video essay about the two Ukrainian People's Republics that didn't like each other very much. Phew. Because technically speaking, I'm a history channel. I'm rambling a bit. Forgive me. I'm nervous. I don't have such a big audience often.
Finding what they're seeing in Gaza and also some of the updates on the latest of the Rafah invasion or the Rafah attack. The Rafah, I'm not sure how you want to categorize it, that the IDF is planning. Also, the protests are getting rough around the country. Police are cracking down. We're going to talk about the anti-Semitism that is being claimed at these campus protests that are pro-Palestinian protests. But also, we have a guest for tonight's show.
I really don't know why all the pro-Palestinian sort of pundits feel they need to be so anti-Ukraine. It's like a weird package. But she's also pro-Trump, but so whatever. I have no clue how you can be pro-Palestine and pro-Trump, by the way. Does this person truly believe that Trump will be better on Palestine than Biden? Does she really believe that Trump will swoop in and create a state for Palestine?
Oh, that is going to be a very interesting one. Armin Navabi is joining us tonight, and he is a self-proclaimed pro-Israel Zionist. He is
she claims to be pro Palestine.
Ex-Muslim who is secular. He's atheist. He promotes he supports and promotes the overturning of the current Iranian government in Iran. So we're going to talk to him tonight. It's going to be a very interesting conversation. I'm sure we're going to disagree. I'm sure there's going to be a debate.
No one can believe that if they have listened to Trump. I mean, she apparently does. Because she's pro-Palestine and she wants Trump to win.
But definitely stick around for that interview later on once we get through kind of the latest stuff that's going on in the world. So let's get started with what's going on. Let's start off with Ukraine.
In America, Ukraine is just the European version of the Israel conflict by many. But that comparison doesn't even make sense. In what ways is Ukraine the European version of the Israel conflict? That doesn't make much sense.
Now the consulates have suspended services for military-aged men around the world. Here is the story. Ukraine on Tuesday suspended consular services for military-aged male citizens until May 18th, criticizing Ukrainians abroad who said it expected to receive help from the state without helping it battle for survival in the war against Russia. So the war must be going really...
Yeah, so basically it's seeking recruits abroad by incentivizing... I think it was something about not prolonging passports or visas.
Well, right? If they're deciding that now they need to conscript all of the men that are around the world and saying, hey, you want your visas renewed or you want consulate services from us, you don't get any because you need to go report for duty. You need to get out of the country you're in. You need to go back home and you need to go to war. And clearly the only reason why they would need to do that, the only reason why they'd get this desperate to shut down consular services for military-aged men around the world is because it's not going so well. Yet, meanwhile, we're still...
It's not about it not going so well. It's about the fact that... Well, actually, the situation has gotten more complicated. But at the time, the logic was that there need to be more soldiers, that there was this perception that there was not enough rotation in the army to begin with. There were many soldiers that were fighting since the beginning of 2022 or even since 2014 without being rotated out. And conscription became a very big topic in Ukraine. And one of the ways to get more soldiers to be able to do this rotation was to incentivize people from abroad to come home and conscript. Yeah, it makes sense to me. Now the situation became such that Ukraine has created a bunch of new units, but there's not enough weapons to equip them with because, as always, Western aid is not so fast to arrive, is not so swift to be delivered. So, as always, it ends up being a problem of the West not having enough political will to adequately aid Ukraine. Unfortunately, that's the reality that we're finding ourselves in since 2022.
Throwing $100 billion at this war effort. Europe is sending millions, hundreds of millions of dollars as well. Let's get into this. This is the AP reporting that the UK has said that they are now putting themselves...
Okay, first of all, the number of dollars is meaningless unless the aid can be delivered to Ukraine quickly, swiftly, and when the weapons are needed. Okay? And already, to begin with, the aid from the US was stalled for 8 months, which created a lot of problems that have to be fixed to this day. Like, that's the ground. That's the sort of the ground level that we should be starting this discussion from. The fact that the aid has been blocked for 8 months. Then we can move on to the fact that on day one after the aid was signed, after the bill was signed in the US, already reports were coming in that, hey, you know what? Actually, the aid will not be coming to Ukraine as fast as we thought. There are logistical problems, there are transportation problems. The aid will start coming into Ukraine in months. So 8 months of stalling and then additional months of the aid actually getting to Ukraine. And this person's talking about billions of dollars being thrown. Also, she just said US spending 100 billion and Europe spending hundreds of millions, which is a total lie. The aid bill by Europe was 50 billion, and then there are additional initiatives from Europe when it comes to aid to Ukraine. So that's a lie. But that's an obvious lie because it basically aligns with Donald Trump's narrative that the US is the main source of Ukraine's aid and that Europe is not doing anything. That's basically what she is perpetrating here in a very non-subtle way. US spending billions, Europe spending millions.
On war footing. This comes from the UK Prime Minister saying we're going on to war footing now, but we're not at war, right? Remember, this isn't our war. We're not at war. We're just helping the Ukrainians in their war against Russia, right? So he says that they're putting themselves on war footing as they go ahead and give 500 million pounds, which is equivalent.
Yeah, those things are not mutually exclusive. We're putting ourselves on war footing, meaning we are ramping up production, etc., because most of the aid is Ukraine receiving usually old equipment from the US and US replenishing its stock using the money, the aid money, right? So that's what probably putting oneself on war footing refers to. And second of all, how many US soldiers were sent to Ukraine again if it's a US war? How many US soldiers on the ground fighting Russian soldiers right now? Oh yeah, none. Literally none. The US is not fighting a war in Ukraine. Oh. I forgot that break cards were a thing. One additional thing that actually is this game is very convoluted. Has many systems amongst. Let me see what this does. There we go. Yeah, she does feel like a Russian plant. Only some volunteers as far as I know. But yeah, but foreign legions don't really count as nation states fighting against a different nation state in official capacity, you know? Like a Polish foreign legion does not count as Poland officially fighting a war against Russia, no matter how you slice it. Even though there has been a really big conspiracy theory in Russia, because of course, I'm not sure how much you're aware, Russia is very weird about Poland, unironically. Do you remember the Tucker Carlson interview with Vladimir Putin? You know, when Vladimir Putin spun his whole version of alternative history in which Poland basically is responsible for everything. Poland orchestrated the creation of Ukraine, and Poland Polonized Lithuanians who were actually basically Russian as well. You remember that happening? I remember that happening. Even though Lithuanian people are not even Slavic people, so that whole Lithuanians were basically Russian does not even make remotely any sense. But coming back to that, there was a big conspiracy theory that actually Poland is sending regular troops to Ukraine to help Ukraine, but those regular Polish troops are pretending to be foreign legionnaires, and that Poland is building secret cemeteries where the foreign legionnaires are being buried with all the military honors, because Polish foreign legionnaires are not actually Polish.
Oh, Barry!
Thank you for the $20, Cheese Wizard. Here's your NATO stipend. Russia pays better. Apologies. Thank you. So yeah, basically that's That's the conspiracy theory. That there's no such thing as a Polish Foreign Legion. That it's all just Poland, the Polish state officially sending regular military units to Ukraine and dressing them up as Foreign Legionnaires. And then if they die, burying them with all military honors in secret cemeteries. I am 100% confident that you have not heard this conspiracy theory from any other streamer that covers Ukraine. I am pretty confident that you've heard it here first.
To $620 million to Ukraine. That's what they've pledged to send. Arms worth $620 million to Ukraine.
Pounds, almost said pounds.
Prime Minister Rishi Sunak described the increase as the biggest strengthening of our national defense for a generation. But wait, how exactly does that strengthen the national defense of the UK to help Ukraine basically pummel itself against Russia? It's now conscripting young men from around.
He puts its defense industry on war footing and gives Ukraine. I mean, do you know how it helps? It helps Russia not overrun Europe, which is an important strategic partner to the UK. But this person does not think about trivialities like that. Did you know that the US spends 4 times more on trade with Europe than with Asia? 4 times more. Because as it turns out, Europe is the United States' primary trade partner. What a shocker. Why would it ever be in the interest of the United States to protect Europe from Russia? I wonder.
Around the world because they don't have enough fighters. Their fighters are clearly not doing well on the battlefield. Otherwise, they wouldn't be conscripting all these other young men.
Hold on. I want to hear that again. Like I was focusing on the game for a moment there. What was that?
That is clearly not doing well. Conscripting young men from around the world because they don't have enough fighters. Their fighters are clearly not doing well on the battlefield.
No, that's not true. Their fighters, this is such a misconception that I have to correct it, okay? First of all, even if the fighters are doing well, people cannot fight forever without any break. People need to be rotated. Soldiers need rotations. You cannot have the same people fighting for 10 years or even just 4 years without any break. It will have horrible results. That's why you need fresh units to replace them. It's not about people doing well or not well. And of course, people are dying as well. There are at least a couple of factors here to consider. And you also want to expand, right? You also want to expand the army. You want to create additional units. You want to get more equipment to equip those additional units. You don't just want the thing to be constant. You want to up the military capability in order to push Russia back. You want to get those additional troops, this additional sort of, you know, so that's a factor as well.
Otherwise, they wouldn't be conscripting all these other young men. That is reported to be about 4 million young men around the world. They're saying.
I have no clue where this person has gotten into their head that the world will forcibly conscript 4 million men from around the world. Oh yeah, 4 months later, 4 months later, clearly 4 million men have been conscripted from around the world. Clearly, the Ukrainian army is like now 4 million people strong.
Actually, there's 4 million, according to the previous report. The Reuters report says that there's 4 million around the world, but about 860,000 of the 4.3 million Ukrainians living in the European Union.
Thank you very much for the 10 CADs. Best of luck on your next journey to Ukraine. Thank you very much. I will do my best. What are Canadian dollars? Are they Canadian dollars? CADs? Them CADs? So this is just completely I hate anti-Ukraine propaganda so much. It just reminds me of certain people like Tim Pool that have received a lot of money for it. Can I do a little bit of a rant right now? Can I jump on a huge rant? Is it okay if I rant a little bit about the fact that people like this get so much influence? Tim Pool's, Kim Eversens, and other like I'm even gonna lump in Lawrence Southerns who go to shoot flares at refugees. Like, they get so much money, influence, such huge audiences, but people that go out there, risk their lives at the front line, put their health on the line to actually inform people about what's going on in Ukraine, do their best to sort of be factual without any bias as much as that's possible, to be objective, and they get the fraction of the success, I guess, that they deserve, you know? I just find it very frustrating. You know? There's this very big imbalance between the people that spread misinformation and get rewarded with huge audiences, huge money, and huge influence, and people that actually do the work, actually go out there, risk basically everything, because risking your life basically means that you're risking your everything, and they get like a small pittance of what they should be getting. You know? All I can say is to the 58 people watching now, please consider supporting people that go out there and, you know, please try to, as much as you can, try to go and support the people that report from the front line, the journalists, you know? But sometimes, or rather oftentimes, that support allows them to continue what they do, you know?
160,000 are of that group. So they want that group back. But don't worry, the war is going really well. That's what they're trying to sell us. Going so well, in fact, that Poland is going to put nukes right there on Russia's doorstep. I laugh because this is so comically stupid.
Yeah, so it is comically stupid. 4 months later, no nukes. It was a proposal sort of by Poland. It was this sort of, I almost want to say bluff, that if Russia's gonna do all this nuclear posturing, if Russia's gonna place nukes in Belarus, which it actually did, okay? Is she gonna say that was comically stupid when Russia decided to place nuclear warheads in Belarus? So Poland said that via NATO, we could put our own nukes in Poland as deterrents. And you know what? I don't like it. I don't like that Poland wants to put nukes in its territory. But 4 months later, and it didn't happen, and there's no indication that it will. So this is just a stupid thing to sort of... This is... Okay, I guess I'm gonna have to do a different rant, a whole new rant. I love how the reality of situation is that certain talks are being had, certain negotiations, certain ideas are being flown around. This is how you can tell a hack from an actual person that covers a topic, okay? It's gonna be a little bit of like a, I don't know how to say, I'm not gonna say lesson because I'm pretty sure everybody who watches now knows this, but if someone learns about a topic being vaguely thrown around, if someone just learns that negotiations about something possibly might be happening, if someone learns that something maybe will happen in the future, and then they jump in and say, oh, Poland is definitely putting nukes on the border. There you go. Horrifying. Horrifying. No, you should be responsible and say, listen, talks are being had about possibly putting nukes in Poland in response to this happening in Russia or Belarus. The repercussions, possible repercussions, would be this or that, or the possible meaning behind this would be this or that, and then you sort of analyze it, go into possible scenarios, not, oh, it's decided, Poland's putting nukes, horrible, horrifying. That's just lazy and dishonest, I guess. It could be a sign of stupidity, but it could very well be a sign of malice. Bill Clockwell says, to be fair, Tim Pool got his start as a war journalist for Vice, so you could have Hammer to be a grifter a decade from now. I'm not calling myself a war journalist. I've not been to the front. I've not put my life in danger. I'm not a war journalist. I go to Ukraine, sure. I interview people, organizations, people, and do stuff like that. But I do that in Kyiv and places near Kyiv, which are relatively safe. I would not ever call myself a war journalist in the way that some people that actually go to the front line and embed with soldiers do. You know? That would be a little bit insulting to those people. You know? In my personal opinion, that would be pretty insulting to the people that actually go out there and embed with units. What war journalism has Tim Pool done, actually? Has he gone to any front lines or any war zones, Tim Pool? I don't know of Philip Ittner. I don't think I know. But yes, I would not call myself that until I actually do things that a war journalist does. I am not gonna call myself one in a million years. All right, let's continue. Let's continue watching this clearly unbiased video.
They're not winning the war. They're not going to win the war. That is really clear. That has been clear now for a very...
No, that is not clear. That is clear only if you're a hack. Again, that is a very clear tell sign of a hack. If during a very complicated war, which you have so many factors, you have so many moving parts, and if you just say, oh yeah, Ukraine's lost, Ukraine's not gonna win, we already knew it, we've always knew it, you know you're dealing with a hack. If someone tells you this with so much confidence, they've already in their mind decided the outcome of the biggest war since World War II. Like, that's already an indication you should not listen to anything they ever say. And the saddest part is that there are many people that will listen to what they have to say. You know, that's the biggest strategy of this whole thing. An American war journalist whose parents are from Ukraine. If you could DM information on this person, I'd be very grateful. Desidaru. Do you have me on Discord? Or you can link it here. He's been altering us of... He's been warning us of an upcoming American Civil Wars for 15 years. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, for sure. What war journalism has Tim Pool done, actually? I'm curious now.
Very long time. And rather than pushing Ukraine towards a peace agreement, which is what they really desperately need to be pushed towards, we're instead putting...
I'm sorry. Am I going to hear another misinformed talk about negotiation?
nukes, which is what they were for a very long time. Or they're not going to win the war. That is really clear. Peace agreement, which is what they really
Peace agreement, like the one that Russia wanted, that would leave Ukraine defenseless and quote-unquote neutral, which actually in reality means pro-Russian. And also it would mean that Russia would keep all the territories that it has now, in addition to some territories that it has never even conquered. Because that is what Russia wants, as a prerequisite to sitting down for negotiations, mind you. I think you might have heard different streamers talk about those negotiation terms that Russia has put forward. So no, actually, Ukraine is desperate, if anything, to avoid such negotiations from coming to pass.
really desperately need to be pushed towards. We're instead putting nukes on Putin's doorstep, conscripting hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian men who are living abroad outside of Ukraine, giving them hundreds of millions of dollars in weapons to continue this battle that they're losing. I mean, this is just comically stupid. And it just goes to show the real effort has nothing to do with...
Again, shows that you're dealing with a hack. Especially now with the whole Kursk thing happening. This is so misinformed that I don't even know what to say about it. Yeah, we knew from the beginning. Like, this is basically saying no matter how many weapons Ukraine has, no matter how much men Ukraine has, it cannot win. Does that sound like something that a rational commentator would say? Ukraine cannot win no matter what, no matter how much support it gets, no matter how many people fight. That's just stupid, as she said herself. That's just comically stupid. It is a very stupid thing to say. The reality of the situation is that Ukraine is simply not receiving enough aid, which is a thing that is being repeated over and over and over again. The aid arrives in Ukraine far too slow and in far too low quantities to actually allow Ukraine to meaningfully change the situation on the battlefield. What is needed is more political will. And in that regard, I actually, as a Polish person, will stand with Zelensky and say Poland should be sending more weapons to Ukraine. Absolutely. It should not just be keeping the same amount of weapons being sent. It should up the ante. It should send more. Keep sending more. That will make a real difference on the battlefield.
With Ukraine.
The lackluster help from the West is responsible for the current situation at the front. That is the reality of the situation. Not some decided fact that Ukraine just cannot win.
And maintain.
Ukraine is doing miracles already with what it has, mind you. Performing miracles.
Any Ukrainian sovereignty or democracy in Ukraine has nothing to do with that. Clearly, this has everything to do with the military-industrial complex making billions of dollars off this conflict and not wanting to...
Of course, because Russia is not even a factor. I love how Russia is not even a factor in this. The fact that it initiated this war, the fact that it invaded, that Russia is not even treated as a party to this. No, it's just all about the US and the military-industrial complex. Russia is not even a factor in this. Russia is just something in the background that exists and happens to be fighting Ukraine. Again, more with the nonsensical quote-unquote analysis that you will get from a hack that does not know. Well, she knows. I believe she knows what she's doing. I think she knows what she's doing. I don't think she's just dumb.
See it end because of it. They would much rather sacrifice the lives of all these young...
Especially since she's just repeating propaganda that I've heard in so many other places before.
Ukrainian men, depleting an entire generation of Ukrainians. Who, by the way, those Ukrainian women are going to marry Russians. That's who they're going to go off and marry.
What a joke. This is... Oh my God. I want to hear the argument for that. I'm surprised I haven't heard this person say, fight to the last Ukrainian, because that would have been a classic. That's a classic thing that people say. Fight to the last Ukrainian. you know? So Ukrainian women are gonna marry Russian men.
They're going to marry Russian men, and it's essentially just the end result is in 30 years, Ukraine will be Russia, one way or the other. That's
Oh
what they're
my
ensuring
God.
with this, whether they do it.
Are you joking? Okay, I said before that this person was just repeating propaganda from other people. But this is original, and this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Why would Ukrainian women marry Russian men? And how will Ukraine become Russia in 30 years? Do I have to remind everybody that Russian soldiers die at a much higher rate than Ukrainian soldiers? Do I have to remind that to people even? If anything, Russia's much bigger trouble demographically than Ukraine. Relatively speaking. Right-wing grift nonsense again. I know, right? Just Jesus Christ Almighty. How did we get here? Ukrainian women will just marry Russian men and Ukraine will become Rush. Also notice the language. Ukraine cannot win. Helping Ukraine is pointless. Ukraine will become Russia one way or the other. So in other words, this person just wants Ukraine to become Russia. This person thinks Ukraine should become Russia one way or the other.
Through just the ethnic shift, the ethnic demographic shift, or if they do it the hard way.
There you go. Ukraine can become Russia the easy way or the hard way, is the argument that is being put forward here. A very stupid argument.
By through, just, or with Russia maybe just actually taking the place through this military endeavor that clearly the West is not going to back down from. So Poland is getting ready to send the nukes over. Let me just go ahead and pull this back up, read a little bit of this for you.
Yeah,
Poland
let's
has announced
read
it's
it.
ready
Let's read it, the reality of the situation, because Poland has not put nukes. Spoiler alert, it's 4 months later, no nukes in Poland.
enter negotiations with the U.S. about hosting nuclear weapons to strengthen NATO's eastern flank. Wow.
So this article that is being displayed on the screen directly contradicts what this person has said. Any person with a brain will notice that this person said Poland will put nuclear weapons inside of its border, at the border with Russia. Poland is putting nukes. But what is the article saying? Poland has announced it is ready to enter negotiations with the US. To enter negotiations. How do you jump from entering negotiations to Poland's doing it? Poland's just about to do it. It's already an okay, a go.
Just what got us into this mess or got Ukraine into this horrible mess to begin with.
Well, maybe you should learn. Maybe you would be less pro-Russia and more pro-Ukraine if you would actually learn how Ukraine got into this mess. It would benefit you greatly if you'd actually learn. Yeah.
Was the expansion of NATO into that Eastern Bloc, and here...
No, it wasn't. And the Eastern Bloc does not exist anymore. You're a bit slow. There is no Eastern Bloc anymore. The Eastern Bloc was dissolved at the end of the 80s and the beginning of the 90s. There's no Eastern Bloc.
Here they are saying, well, we're going to strengthen it some more by sticking some nukes right there, because this is going to end well, right? What are you putting
Nobody's sticking any nukes. This article speaks of entering negotiations because Poland wants some deterrence, because Russia threatens to nuke Poland every single day, if you haven't noticed. I have. I'm Polish, so I'm a little bit antsy about things like that. Shockingly enough. Yeah, it might have. But, you know, the Budapest Memorandum sort of took that away.
Therefore, because you want to nuke Russia? You're going to threaten Russia with nukes now? You're going to do that?
Have you, you idiot, have you heard of a thing called nuclear deterrence? What, is Russia gonna nuke Poland, actually? Because Russia has placed nukes in Belarus. Russia is already threatening the world with nukes. Are we gonna ignore that?
Then you're going to absolutely get us into a nuclear war.
Oh yeah,
Russia is not going to
absolutely.
take being threatened very well. They're certainly not going to want you to be the ones to strike first. They're not going to wait for it, like sitting ducks, allowing you to strengthen yourself and strengthen that Eastern Bloc, getting it closer to the West and NATO.
There is no such thing as the Eastern Bloc. What is she talking about? So she made this 4 months ago and you're just proving that she was wrong. Yeah. This is idiotic. Well, I'm basically just trying to get a feel as in what her beliefs are when it comes to Ukraine. And predictably so, they're idiotic. I mean, a pro-Trumper, so...
And continuing to isolate Russia. I just can't imagine them standing for that. So this is just going to end up with more escalation of this. In no way that is good. No way at all that is good. But that is the latest of what's going on with this war, is that you've got members of the Senate arguing that, well, this war is good for us financially. And this is, you know, Mitch McConnell saying things like, we can't allow...
You said yourself that the military-industrial complex is making billions on this war. And now you're saying it's not good financially for the US? Which one is it? It cannot be both. It cannot cannot simultaneously be great for the US military complex and also bad financially. You're an idiot. You cannot just push forward both of these claims.
You know, ridiculous idea of American isolationism to continue on. We can't be isolationists. We can't be America first, says Mitch McConnell. No, we need to be focused on sending $100 billion to people around the world so that we could continue our war effort, because it's actually America first, you see. What they're not willing to just flat out say is it is actually quite America first to be pro-war.
Billions of dollars are not being sent. That is not how the aid works. Also another telltale sign of a total hack when it comes to commentary about this war. If a person speaks confidently about how aid is bad, but doesn't even know the basics of how the aid works, that is a pretty telltale sign. When a person says, oh yeah, aid is so bad, but actually has no clue how the aid operates. It is America first not to let our enemies win. That I agree with, yeah. Being isolationist in today's world is just, I'm sorry, stupid. America first.
Or around the world, because the beneficiary of these billion-dollar aid, these $100 billion aid packages, just like the billions of dollars we send to Israel, the beneficiary of that is actually American military companies. They're the ones who...
So if it's American military companies, then how can it be financially bad for America? You're stupid. You cannot say this war is bad financially for America and then say, oh, but American companies actually make billions off of it.
Who actually benefit. They're the ones who get, we send the money away, and the deal is we're giving the money, but not really. That money is going for American weapons, and you have to then funnel it back to these American military industrial complex companies. And so it is actually, in a way, very America first. And that.
You're stupid. You're so stupid that it's mind-boggling. If it's America first, then why are you whining about it? Why are you whinging about it? It is good for the economy, that's for sure. There you go.
That's fundamentally the problem. Let's move on to what is the latest in Gaza.
No, I don't,
This
I
is
don't
just
care. We're not listening to what's latest in Gaza. We're going back to debate about. We're going back to the debate with Destiny. I'm curious.
for you could
So
write
now we know this person's beliefs about Ukraine. So now we can go back to this person talking about why Kamala Harris is undemocratic or whatever.
somebody in who you know will never ever win, and they've just anointed a person is completely antithetical to democracy.
I want to jump into this. Kamala, would Harris be a benefit for the economy? Would this be, maybe the economy would just be sustained, in other words, maintained at where it is,
Amazing
or would it
human.
become worse? What do you guys think?
Is she gonna fixate on this point, or is she gonna make a?
In other words, maintain benefit for the. I want to jump into this. Kamala, would Harris be a benefit for the economy? Would this be, maybe the economy would just be sustained, in other words, maintained at where it is, or would it become worse? What do you guys think?
I think that it's hard to predict what a Trump economy would look like because Trump has given basically no policy positions
True.
whatsoever. Even though Kamala
Yes,
is
he has an outline of a plan, which does not tell me much.
a bit to the left of me, I trust her on the economy more because I think that Democrats tend to hold their own accountable. I think that
Anointed.
Democrats tend to put a little bit more restraint if a
True.
candidate suggests something crazy, but Republicans are completely and totally unable to hold Trump accountable because the entire party is obsessed with Donald Trump.
Yep.
So if Donald Trump says something insane, like he wants to
It's just how do you call it? A cult of personality at this point, I guess. Just given 2 weeks to come up with a plan. Oh yeah, or 4 years. What has happened to your limbs? What? Wait, who are you talking? Are you talking about Destiny?
10 or 20% tariffs on every import in the world, the entire Republican Party is absolutely silent on it because nobody can say anything to counteract anything he says because, so Donald Trump is going to try to bully them out of office and turn them into a rhino and destroy their career. So I definitely trust the Democrats more on economic policy right now because Donald Trump is insane. I don't even know if he knows what a tariff is, and I haven't heard anything very compelling from Donald Trump when it comes to economic policy.
I think we just look at where we are right now as an economy. We're just definitely worse off. We have much higher inflation. Under Biden, it has reached a peak of 9%.
I don't think people know what inflation is, by the way. People just throw this word around because it's bad, but I don't think people know what it is.
Under Donald Trump, I believe that the average inflation was about 1.8, so it's a lot lower. We look at unemployment and jobs. We can't. The COVID pandemic, we can't really count that in. It's unfair to say how many jobs were lost during the pandemic and then how many jobs were regained. But now we've leveled out. We can look at where we're
it's
at.
totally unfair to say that Trump botched the. It's totally unfair to say that Trump botched pandemic.
Today in 2024.
Another boss, by the way.
Or even in 2023, comparatively to under Donald Trump in 2018 and 2019. And I think there's no doubt that we are worse off economically by all measurements today than we were in 2018 or 2019.
Yeah, there's this unfortunate reality that every time a Democrat comes in office, we basically have to clean up the insane disaster left to us by the last Republican president. When it was Obama, it was having to clean up the disaster of the 2008 financial crisis. And when it was Biden, it was trying to clean up the disastrous response that Trump had to COVID. So is the economy worse off now than it was in 2018? It depends on which indicators or which metrics you're looking at. There are definitely some things that are harder. Inflation was definitely an issue relating to COVID. But one thing that I noticed was curiously absent from Kim's answer here was, what is Trump going to do about it? There were no policy positions given. There were just statements made about the state of the economy. Donald Trump did massive deficit spending that, of course, would contribute to the inflation that we felt a few years later. Donald Trump slashed taxes. He cut government revenue, and he didn't actually decrease any of the government spending. He ran the highest budget deficits for no reason of any president in all of history. At least Biden can say, well, I was dealing with COVID. I had to do something. Trump just ran massive deficits because he wanted to, because it was the popular thing to do. When the Fed talked about raising rates, he tried to bully them on Twitter.
He was also a
So, yeah, of
denialist.
course, anything to go to government that's willing to just spend like crazy and reduce the amount of money they take in, of course, the economy is going to be booming. But if you print a ton of money and you just give it to people for no reason, of course, the economy is going to be booming. What are the policies that Donald Trump is suggesting now that would help Americans going forward? And what do we think about this tariff idea? He keeps saying 10% tariffs, 20% tariffs on everything. How is that just not going to boost inflation even more?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of the tariff idea. I don't agree with Donald Trump on that. But going back to Harris
Who would?
and Harris's policies and whether or not she has anything that's going to be boosting the economy. I mean, to say that the Democrats are here now cleaning up Republicans' mess, it's an odd way to clean it up. With record inflation, and we've got a record now gig economy, so people are not able to get full-time jobs with benefits. They're instead having to hustle, having 2-3 jobs. This is an odd way to clean up the mess. So if this is their idea of cleaning it
Well,
up,
it's
I
a
think
pretty
most
big mess.
Americans agree that they would like to see some change. So, right, maybe Trump, it's unclear.
I mean, that is true. That is his only policy that he's presented, the tariffs. A horrible policy while we're at it. But yeah, that is true.
Exactly what maybe he
Oh,
would
God.
do to now clean up Democrats' mess. But I think that just the option for change and potentially the ability to lower inflation,
She's
to better
just
the
a
economy,
propagandist.
to better our lives, people I think are willing to take that risk if the alternative is more of the same.
Yeah, so all I heard was there was one Trump policy I've heard of called tariffs, and I don't like that. And I don't know what else he would do, but hopefully it would be better.
What I'm saying is that what exactly did Biden and Harris do that cleaned
Biden and
up
Harris
the Republicans'
managed.
mess?
I mean, they managed COVID decently well. Yeah, there was inflation, but there was less inflation in the United States compared to the OECD, compared to the G7, compared to like every other Western country in the world. We're doing better than basically everybody else right now. Yeah, there was inflation. There was inflation worldwide. COVID was a huge, worldwide stimulus given to every single country on the planet. So of course, there's definitely going to be inflation felt.
Right.
And Donald Trump didn't do anything to help inflation. Why would I think Donald Trump could help inflation when he had a booming economy and he didn't manage to cut the deficit? Donald Trump couldn't manage the budget when the economy was exploding. Why would I think he could manage the budget when the economy is having trouble? And now you've got the Fed actually announcing that they're going to be cutting rates because inflation has come under control. So it seems like the administration is heading in the right direction. Why would I trust Donald Trump, whose only economic policy he's put forth would
Tariffs.
increase inflation, which are tariffs? Why would I trust him to do anything good? Can you articulate
And
like, a single
prices
policy
and
that you
everything.
think Trump would do that would be
Jesus.
good for the average American, that would actually help the economy?
Well, I could tell you what he wouldn't have done that Democrats did do that actually crushed our economy, that actually crushed the economies around
Okay.
the world during COVID in particular, and that was government shutdowns. That was Democrats with their Democratic governors, and that they were taking directives from top down, closing the economy. Of course, when you close the economy, you're going to end up with a lot of ramifications that are going to be very damaging to an economy. And that is not something that any Republican or Donald Trump advocated for. So I could tell you that, yes, the world economy, everything was very bad. Under Biden, things have been bad with COVID. I don't know exactly what you think they did to clean up COVID or to help during that crisis, when actually all of the decisions, in particular lockdowns, have led to massive disaster.
Who do you think was the president during the majority of the lockdowns?
Who do you think actually directed the lockdowns?
Okay,
Where did
the
the
answer
lockdowns
was
come
Donald
from?
Trump. The answer was Donald Trump.
The
So Donald
president?
Trump was the
That
president
is so embarrassing.
the majority of lockdowns, number one. Number two, when you say what did the Democrats do? I mean, we could look at a ton of different things. They had the child tax credit, something that Kamala Harris wants to bring back. The child tax credit slashed childhood poverty by 50%, 54%. It was a huge boost to working families. What else did they do? Biden passed legislation to make meaningful change and meaningful investments in our ability to manufacture microprocessors with the CHIPS Act, the ability to reinvest in our infrastructure with the infrastructure bill, a bill that Donald Trump wanted to get passed, but he couldn't the 4 years that was here. He actually managed to pass a bill that tried to offset the spending of the bill with new tax receipts, with the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act. I mean, what didn't they do? I mean, the Democrats tried their best, and I think we've seen the results of that. The United States is crushing the rest of the world due to actual legislation that I can articulate and actual policies that I can articulate. Donald Trump.
Hey, listen, Trump has an outline of a plan. That's more than nothing, isn't it? Vote Trump. No, don't vote Trump. I'm sure there are Americans watching here. Don't vote Trump, please. I beg you. Don't vote Trump.
Rode off of an economy that was already booming under the last few years of Obama. We've been posting all-time highs in the S&P 500 and the Dow Jones for since I think 2013, and all Trump did was came in and he spent more, and then bullied the Fed when they talked about raising rates because they were getting worried about inflation. And then here we are again. You can't articulate a single policy or a single thing that Donald Trump would do. You're mad at shutdowns that happened under Donald Trump.
I'm not arguing for Donald Trump. We're arguing against Kamala Harris very specifically. I am not for Donald Trump. I'm not voting for Donald Trump.
Well, Kamala Harris was not anything back then, so that's an even worse argument if you're not pro Donald Trump. Then why are you even mentioning the shutdowns if majority of them happened under Trump when Kamala Harris was not even a factor? How can you make that argument against Kamala Harris and not pro? That makes no sense. Yeah, but a single U.S. senator does not, I would assume, in the U.S. dictate shutdowns.
Let me just make that extremely clear. So I'm not arguing on behalf of Donald Trump. I'm arguing against Kamala Harris. What we know is that Democrats have done a very piss poor job of actually managing the economy. We are worse
Compared to
off
who?
today by every single measurement.
But we're
By-
better than
compared
every
to
other country. We
ourselves,
came out of COVID.
except China.
We came out of COVID better off than every other first world country.
How are we better off? We have now given away boatloads of cash to Ukraine, to Israel. We're giving away our money. We are.
That's a drop in the bucket compared to our budget yearly. Okay, number one. Number two, how are we better off? We're crushing them on our job market and our economy. We're crushing them when it comes to inflation. The
Get her,
USD
Destiny,
is probably
get her.
too strong right now for our exports market. What do you mean, how are we? We're crushing them in every way. You graduate with a computer science degree in the United Kingdom, and the first thing you're trying to do is find a job in the United States. You're trying to work for Amazon. You don't get paid 39,000 quid a year working as a programmer in the United Kingdom. What do you mean? How are we doing compared to the rest of the world? How are we beating them? We're beating them in like every single conceivable way, except for domestically, we're falling apart because of conservatives' refusal to accept reality. I think this conversation is a good example of that.
Yes.
The Harris policies.
Oh my God, she looks so mad, but it's so true. I'm sorry. I'm so rooting for Destiny in this one. Oh, this conversation is an example of refusal to accept reality. That is a nice singer, but it's true. That is true. What can I say? What can I say except you're welcome? And thank you.
Doing. I think they put us on a good track. And it'd be cool to see what, Democrats can do when they're not just trying to recover from the disasters left to us by the last Republican administration.
So you're arguing that you
Of course
really
I would
believe
root
that the
for my
average
husband.
American is better off today than they were under Donald Trump.
I don't know if they're better off today than they were under Donald Trump, but that's because we had COVID. The question isn't whether or not we're better off today than we were 4 years ago, because we can't go back in time. Time only moves in one direction. The question is would we have been better
Time
off
actually
with 4
doesn't
more
move.
years of Trump? Probably not. I don't think so. There's zero indication that that's the case. And then the question would be, in the next 4 years, are we going to be better off with Trump or with Harris? And I see no reason. Donald Trump couldn't pass any big bills or any legislation he said he wanted to get done. He couldn't even repeal the ACA so he can control any of his spending. All he did was spend. Donald Trump's just... And the only major policy platform he's talking about are tariffs on everything. So why would I think...
Oh my God.
The stock market is posting all-time highs or unemployment is
Thank
so
you
low.
for the $5, fake Alec Cal Parker. I've come around to the meme. What meme? Oh.
The Fed wants to cut rates. Every economic indicator is looking positive. I don't even know what to say. What could Donald Trump possibly do? What's wrong with what Harris wants
I
to
killed
do?
my enemy.
What's wrong with what Harris wants to do is just continue where we're at right now, which a lot of Americans don't want to be in, which is high inflation.
Oh, I'm going to be quite honest. Trump wants to get America to a worse place. So in comparison, continuing as things are is preferable.
Inflation has come down. The Fed wants to cut rates. Why would the Fed be talking about cutting rates if inflation was still too high?
Yeah, it's a good question why they want to cut rates just weeks before an election. It's really a good question why they would suddenly want to do that, a record cut to the rates.
Is the implication that the Federal Reserve is beholden to the Democratic Party? It's an independent operation of banks. What do you mean? I mean, we can do conspiracies if we want.
Well, they're definitely beholden to the establishment. They're part of the establishment. Harris is certainly the establishment candidate compared to Donald Trump. So I think they would have a reason for wanting to maintain an establishment candidate in the White House. But when it comes to Kamala Harris,
hold on. To be clear, what you are just blindly and conspiratorially suggesting.
True.
That's what Donald Trump actually tried to do, right? Your implication is that somehow the Fed is making political decisions. That Donald Trump was trying to force them to make political decisions, right? That when Donald Trump took to Twitter and took to the bully pulpit as the president, he was attacking the Fed for talking about raising rates. He was attacking the Fed for that. That's what Donald Trump tried to do. What you're asserting with zero evidence that Biden and Kamala. What do you not believe the inflation rates that are being posted? Do you think that's all a lie? So the Federal Reserve is just acting on nothing, and nobody in our economy can see that? Or,
well, don't you think that it's interesting then, if you really believe, and maybe you're right, that the Fed completely operates completely independently from any political influence whatsoever, the fact that they feel like they need to do a rate cut this big, what does that tell you?
What do you mean
that
a rate
tells
cut
you that
this
things
big?
Are not. This is a very large rate cut.
No,
This
it's
is not. This is a large rate cut. They don't do just half a point out of nowhere. They usually do a quarter of a point, not a half a point. That's actually quite a large rate cut. For
No.
them to be doing that right now shows that they believe the economy is in dire straits under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris,
Oh my
that they have to
God.
take drastic measures in order to correct it.
No, that. Hold on, I'm
why,
so sorry.
why are they doing it then?
Wait,
are they
what
doing
do you
it because
think?
the economy is good?
What are the two things that the Federal Reserve try to manage?
Why don't you tell me?
Okay, the answer
Oh
you
my
don't
God.
know. Okay, the Federal Reserve tries to balance unemployment and they try to balance inflation. Okay, these are the two indicators that the Federal Reserve looks at to determine how they should set rates. If inflation is getting really, really, really low, then the Federal Reserve is going to cut rates because we should have some amount of inflation to keep the economy healthy and moving. That's how the Federal Reserve makes decisions, and then it also looks at unemployment. If unemployment is getting, too high, then they might cut rates as well. It just depends. Like these are the two things. But balancing out unemployment and inflation are the two. That's the mission statement of the Federal Reserve. How could you accuse, the Federal Reserve of acting in a politically partisan way? You don't even know what the mission of the Federal Reserve is. You're just saying random
I'm
things.
dropping that accusation. I'm dropping that
Okay.
accusation. I'm
Okay,
asking you
that's
why
good.
did
Okay.
why did they do the rate
Oh
cut?
my God.
They do
Because
the
they feel
rate
like
cut.
inflation has come down significantly.
So they want to boost it back up?
See you later.
Yes.
You think that's exactly why they did? So they did a rate cut because they want inflation.
What do you think the goal inflation percentage is? You have no idea. You realize you have no idea. You're laughing because you think inflation should be at 0%. Ideal inflation is 2%. What do you think unemployment should be?
2%.
0%? Yes, correct. 2% is the target. That's correct. And if they feel like we're undershooting that target, then they try to preemptively cut rates or raise rates because it takes a little bit for the Federal Reserve policy, for the federal funds rate, to actually impact with the trading of all the securities and everything else later on. So yes, that's why they're doing it. We can all look at the inflation rate. We can all look at the unemployment. These numbers are all posted publicly and everybody looks at them. So, I mean,
So the economy's so great. So you're just saying the economy's great. You want to keep it going the way that it is.
I didn't say
you don't
the
think that there are
economy.
any
They don't look at
problems
the economy. They look at inflation and they look at unemployment.
which are indicators of the economy and how healthy the economy is.
They could be. They might
Yeah,
not be.
they
It just
are.
depends. They are two indicators, but the goal of the Federal Reserve is not to make the economy good or make the economy bad. The two
Right.
indicators that they look at are inflation and unemployment. Those are the two
Okay.
things that they're, yeah.
But you're arguing that you think that the economy under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden right now is great and that we should just continue on and that Americans are going to be fine.
I'll give you a chance to respond, Stephen, but then I do want to jump into a new topic because we're going to go into Q&A about 15 minutes or so.
Sure. Yes, I think obviously. I think
Oh, wow.
I've articulated policy. I've articulated economic positions. I've articulated how the economy has rebounded
Nice.
under COVID. I've articulated that the United States is ahead of the rest of the OECD. Every indicator points to the fact that this administration did a phenomenal job coming out of COVID for sure. And the major complaint that you had, the two major complaints I would guess would be like massive deficit spending, and then the one that you articulated, which was lockdowns, all happened under Donald Trump. So yeah, I do think that the Harris administration will be superior to whatever the Republicans put up.
I want to give Stephen the
I
last
agree
word
with
this
that as
time,
well.
and then I want to go into the next topic, which is Kamala on the border. Who would be better for the border, Kamala or an alternative? What do you guys
Kamala
think?
Harris, because she's not fear mongering about the.
Do you want to go first again, or?
You're arguing for Harris, right?
Yeah, Kamala would be better on the border because we've
Yep.
already seen Biden and the Democrats try to put up a border bill that would address a lot of the border
And was
problems.
struck down.
This bill was a Republican-authored bill. It was by Langford in the Senate. They tried to put it
It was
up. and
not a
Donald
good
Trump
bill,
wanted
by
the
the way.
Republicans to vote it
Just
down because he wanted to
saying.
keep the border open in
It was
order
not a good
to
bill.
run an election issue. So the idea that the Republicans would try to destroy the border for politically advantageous reasons is the only thing that I need to know to say that I would never trust these guys with any type of security issue, because clearly
True.
them winning political battles is more important than them actually securing the border, which we might see coming up soon with the budget. Yeah.
They've had 4 years. So even if there is some interference that happens closer to an election,
I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'm gonna show you, I guess, the game. You can listen to the music while. I'm gonna move. Listen to the music, and I'll be right back to go to the toilet. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, and don't call me Hassan. Right back. I'm back. I'm gonna listen to my husband some more. Nobody called me Hassan. That's an accomplishment. Alright, let's continue this wonderful debate. The illiteracy continues, unfortunately.
Had 4 years to do something about the border, but instead their
I
policy
mean, Trump had 4 years to build the wall, so that's not an argument, is it?
have led to a massive wave of people coming through the border, and they have laughed it off. They have shrugged off border issues since Donald Trump was elected in 2016. They claimed it was a conspiracy theory. They chose to do nothing about it. And now it has gotten so bad that they've realized that their own rhetoric, their own policies have led to a severe crisis that even they can no longer ignore, and they're now having to finally do something about it. But part of the reason why we have this border crisis is because Democrats over the last 8 years refused to do anything about it until now. It's just so big of an issue that even Democratic governors and mayors are screaming, "Please help! This has gone
This
wrong."
is, of course, nonsense. Trump did nothing to do during his term about the border. The border is not a crisis. People can't even articulate why it's a crisis, and the Republicans have been fear-mongering about this for God knows how, without even being able to articulate, without screaming about criminals and murderers and trans surgeries. He had a concept of a wall. I mean, that's something.
We really have to do something about it. They let the problem get so bad because they were trying to score political points all of these years that we're now where we're at to where they have to actually do something about it. So I think just on the merits, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, but Harris specifically going forward as president, the fact that she ignored these issues for so long, claiming that it was just some sort of a Trump talking point or a MAGA talking point to let it get to this bad just goes to show that this is not a serious person who's really truly looking to solve America's problems. This is somebody who's actually looking to score political points, the very thing that you're actually accusing them, the Republicans, of doing.
I don't think this person knows what America's problems are.
I mean, we had 4 years of Donald Trump. Where is our immigration bill? Where's our border bill? Where's the wall? Trump did nothing. He had both houses of Congress, and Trump did absolutely nothing about the border. It's funny because Trump says, I ran on immigration because we had problems with the wall. That's not true. Even on Trump's own little stupid chart that he posts, Obama was posting better immigration numbers than he was. So Obama was doing better than Trump on immigration. Trump wants to say it's not fair to count the last year or two, of my administration because COVID messed everything up, but he sure does want to take credit for the lowered immigration numbers under COVID. And then you saw them start to spike back up, even
Very
though
dumb, I
when he was actually out of office. They were spiking up almost to all-time highs right before he left office. So clearly Donald Trump wasn't capable of managing anything at the border. And when Democrats did want to pass something to manage the issue at the border, the Republicans blocked it. It was a good bill. It would have helped a lot with the asylum process. It would have provided more funding for border agents. It would have provided more funding for asylum judges to process people that were here for asylum claims. Like, everything about that bill was good, and the Republicans blocked it. So again, it's like a policy thing. Like, what is Donald Trump going to do about the border? And why would I think that Donald Trump could do whatever he says he's going to do when he can't articulate any plans whatsoever, and he couldn't do it in the 4 years that he was president?
He did articulate that he has an outline.
Where's my border bill? Where's my wall from my 4 years of Donald Trump?
Well, Democrats blocked all of that because they weren't taking it seriously.
The Republicans had the House and the Senate. You can't.
They didn't have enough of a majority. They didn't have enough of a majority, and they need more. They needed some bipartisan support. Democrats, instead of even taking this situation seriously, laughed at it, scoffed at it, mocked it, claimed it was some sort of political talking point when it was an actual real problem. And now it's gotten so bad that Democrats now want to finally do something about it, something that Republicans have been wanting to do for the last 8 years. And Democrats want to pass a bill and then take credit for it. I don't blame the Republicans for wanting to block that to score political points.
Yeah, of course. You don't blame. Of course, you don't blame the GOP for blocking aid to Ukraine for 8 months, because that was a part of it, by the way.
This juncture, when they know that this is something Democrats have been blocking for the last 8 years. Now finally Democrats are on board. Now finally Democrats see that there's an actual real problem, but they only want to do that now that Democratic governors and mayors have been screaming, saying, we can't handle this. There's a massive influx.
It didn't address
and you guys have been
the Dreamers.
Ignoring it and treating it like it's some sort of a racist policy to secure the southern border.
Oh yeah,
so,
I know about the Dreamers.
The reason why Donald Trump was unable to get anything through was because Democrats continue to use it as a talking point, as a campaign point, making it about racism rather than a real problem. And here we are today.
It is about racism,
I don't trust
by the way.
Democrats to fix something when they have been the ones blocking it for the last 8 years.
Okay, well, I mean, you just gave me every reason in the world never to vote for Trump on this issue because you just admitted that Donald Trump can't do it without a supermajority, I guess, in the House and the Senate, which he will never have. So I automatically know that no matter what, Donald Trump will never be able to get anything passed.
Uh-oh.
And so then I have to look at Harris and I have to look at Biden. And when Biden and Harris were supporting this
Not
bill,
very smart. They need more. They need more of a majority. Uh-oh. Oh, Kim, that was not smart. Not smart at all. Oh my
they
god.
actually did have support in the House and the Senate. The only reason that it wasn't passed is because Donald Trump, the cancer rotting our country, came in from the outside and said, don't pass this bill. I need to be able to talk about Haitians eating dogs and whatever other nonsense I want to make up in order to actually be able to win the next election. So it seems like there was a bill under the Democrats that was ready to pass with support from the legislature. It just didn't because of Donald Trump. And under Donald Trump, there were no bills because Donald Trump can't make deals with anybody. And the fact that he needs a supermajority in both houses of Congress to pass anything is a bigger indictment against his leadership than probably anything I could have said on my own.
Well,
True.
I think that you just made the argument, the same exact argument, but against the Democrats, because if Democrats, if
You cannot make the same argument against the Democrats because the bill was ready and would have passed. So no, actually, you cannot make that same argument. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Democrats, a handful of Democrats, the need for a supermajority is what blocked Republicans. How pathetic is it that one man was able to stop Democrats?
An opportunity.
Yeah, well, yeah, sure. It wasn't one. It was one man telling all the lawmakers not to vote for the. Yeah,
Got a lot
it
of
is an
power
issue.
there. I guess he's sitting there wielding his power against the Democrats that can't get anything done because of Donald Trump.
True. Cults are very powerful. Their leaders, they wield a lot of power. That is how dictators work. Yes.
This might be a good opportunity. One last topic: Harris on crime. What are your thoughts?
For crime stuff, it's kind of hard on the federal level because I feel like crime is a thing that's typically dealt with at the city and state level. I really don't know how much influence anybody can have on the federal level when it comes to enforcing things relating to crime. I do know that, if I can look at like direct actions that people take, like the mobilization of things like the National Guard, I know that Donald Trump was in charge of the National Guard on January 6th, and he decided not to deploy them for political reasons. So I don't know why I would trust that guy who will allow some crime to happen as long as it's advantageous to him. I don't know how I would ever trust that guy in managing anything related to crime. I also don't think I trust Trump on anything that he says for crime, because I know that, for instance, when Walz was dealing with BLM stuff in his state, Donald Trump had a lot of nice things to say about him. But as soon as he was running for president again and Walz was made the VP pick, all of a sudden Donald Trump hated everything that he did. So I don't know if I could trust anything on Trump when it comes to crime. And again, I would challenge, I'd love to hear a single position articulated that Donald Trump has talked about that would help anything related to crime in the United States. But again, I don't know what the president, the federal president can do in regards to crime.
I think that when we look back at just even Kamala Harris's record on crime as a prosecutor, and she has a mixed record. Democrats in general have been very lax on crime. They have advocated for lax criminal policies.
So lax
There's
was
a lot of
Kamala
defund
Harris.
Police chatter. There was a lot of, bail out the people that committed crime during the Black Lives Matter protests and funds that were created. Democratic policies across various different states have allowed for criminal activity. I live in the state of California. They allow now a certain amount of criminal activity to go completely overlooked. I think I agree that I'm not sure what the president can really do. I mean, the president doesn't really even have much on, like, when it comes to tax policies, for example, that has to be done through Congress, or even the border policies have to be passed by Congress. There's very little a president themselves can actually do without an act of Congress. But when it comes to crime, these are more about, I think, the policies of the platform of the party. And Democrats as a party have run on, we want to allow more criminal activity, essentially, or certain things are not really crimes when they really are. So I think the entire messaging of the Democratic Party, which is, of course, led by now Kamala Harris, is one that is not tough enough on crime. When, interestingly, Kamala Harris, though, has a very mixed record. When she was a prosecutor, she was known for being quite tough on crime.
Yeah, so what's the argument?
Yeah, I don't know if I would trust a guy who's a 34 convicted felon, 34 felony convicted felon who the biggest engagement that he has with law enforcement is,
True.
or crime-related stuff, I guess, is giving pardons to literally every single friend that he has who has been convicted on crimes.
True.
Some people that are very, very hard to excuse his pardons for. So yeah, I wouldn't trust Trump on anything related to crime.
I think people are more concerned about actual violent crime and theft rather than white-collar crime. So even if, even
Really,
if
what
you
was
wanna-
Occupy Wall Street about?
That was something people were obviously very concerned about at the time. But now we're in a different era. You're talking about another decade or 15 years. And here we are with violent crime rampant in the streets. We've got people being able to steal.
Who cares about
theft up to $900 at a local Walgreens is legalized. So there's a lot of crime happening that are really, truly affecting people. They're afraid. And the defund the police movement was very much part of the reason why police forces are not stacked enough with enough staff to handle this rise in violent crime. Why is there violent crime, by the way? Because of inflation. When the economy sucks, crime goes up.
Yeah, I'm not even sure if, I think like violent crime, I think is lower now, I think, than it was even at the lowest. I'm pretty sure it is.
No.
I know that
they lied on the statistics. It's
Oh,
not
who
lower.
lied?
They weren't
They lied
collecting
on the
from all of the
statistics,
states.
my bad.
Well, if you're only going to collect stats from some states, from a
Of
handful of
course.
states, rather than all of them, then you can claim that they're lower. Or if you actually change the definition of crime and you say that stealing up to $900 is not criminal, or if people are not reporting
when you
because
say
the police
stealing
won't
up
do
to
anything about
$900
it.
is not criminal, are you talking about stealing up to $900 is counted as a felony, or that it was just a misdemeanor, or that like are you saying that you can just steal? I'm pretty sure what you're talking about is people classifying different amounts of theft, the difference between it being a felony and a misdemeanor. I don't think that it being not a crime at all is real. I think you just made that up.
You can look it up. Here in California, you can steal up to a certain amount, and you're not going to if you call the cops, they're not going to show up. So it doesn't matter what you've done.
These are two different things, right? Like calling the cops and them not showing up or not having enough people to,
Why aren't there enough cops?
I don't know.
Because
There
they have
aren't enough
defunded the
workers
police.
for anything right now. What do you mean? Unemployment is incredibly low. We're looking for workers in literally every single field. We also don't have
You
enough
don't think
nurses
the
or
defund the
doctors.
police had something to do with that?
No, because in most of the states where they tried defund the police, it was a fucking disaster, and they ended up rolling back.
I
those
knew that
defunding
she'd say
policies.
that.
Yeah, well, they can't get those cops back. They already left, so now trying to rehire them back
I knew
has
she'd
led
say
to
that
a
it was
decrease in the
defunded.
police forces. They're not going after a lot
Police
of
was
crimes.
defunded.
You call the police, you're going to be waiting on hold for a couple of hours unless it's an active, violent crime that's happening to you right then and there. It is a disaster at this point. So
This is
Did
how
you say
police
that the
have always
Americans
worked.
don't?
Yes, unfortunately, it sucks, but I remember when I had shit stolen from me when I was in fucking high school. If you call the cops, unless you're actually getting murdered right now, the cops will tell you like, hey, listen, come down to the station, we'll file a report, or we can take some notes on the phone, and that's it. You're never gonna hear again. If some shit gets stolen from you, you're lucky if your car gets reported to you. Maybe if it shows up at the right tow yard and they run the VIN and they give you a call or whatever. But yeah, cops don't have time to investigate every single petty crime that ever happens. Usually the priority is going to be responding to violent crime. And
Didn't
that's
she
always-
say
and
that
would it be
people...
nice to increase funding
Hold
for
on.
police?
When Trump was called a felon, she said that people actually only care about violent crime. No? That the public's interested in violent crime. So we shouldn't care about Trump's felonies. But now, suddenly, she does care? What's her position at the end of the day? Huh?
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, cities only have so much money. There are different motives that are pushing people in different ways. But the idea that we don't want to make it legal to steal stuff. What would even be the incentive for that? Like, we're gonna make it legal so people can steal things so that we can piss all of our citizens off and lose our elections and did California even do defund the police? Like, was that even a huge thing? Was funding for police in California ever even a thing? Like the reduction of funding for police in California, did that ever even happen?
I'll give you a chance to respond, Kim, and then we have one last topic before the Q&A.
I mean, once again, the messaging of Democrats. So it's the messaging of Democrats has been look the other way, defund the police. Violent crime is not a real thing. Claiming that violent crime isn't up.
Nobody
when in
said
fact
that
they're changing
ever.
the definitions and
That
manipulating
violent
the
crime is not a
statistics in
thing.
order to have it favor themselves, just like they do when they say racism's up. Claims of racism are up because they changed the definition of what is racism in order to collect more people.
Who changed the definition of what is This is just a loon. Yeah, exactly. This person is just a loon. Change the definition of racism.
as you know, these statistics and lies, right? Whatever.
Destiny's right. She's out of touch with reality, unironically. All the talking points. I'm waiting for her to touch upon the trans issues, actually. But Lucy, you don't understand. Crime is up because Republicans say crime is up. True. That is true. Listen, Garrett, you should watch more of my streams. Because I say so. I'm like a Republican in this regard. Oh, and I'm gonna show this to the viewers. Look, do you recognize this if you're an American? Look at this. Do you recognize this? Huh? Recognize it? You know what this is? You know what it is? Pretty cool, huh? If you're an American, you should recognize this. What's wrong with Maryland? Maryland's great. Maryland's the US in miniature. That's what Maryland's called. The US in miniature. It's facts. I'm sorry. Maryland's just the best state in the US. What can I tell you? It's just, you just have to learn to face reality. The situation.
Whatever the phrase is, but they've definitely been able to manipulate them. Crime is up, and they're not doing anything about it. Democrats have actively campaigned against doing anything about it with defund the police.
So most of the stats that I see
best
for
state.
violent crime show that violent crime is down now, even compared to where it was under the Trump administration. But I guess we're changing some definitions. I do think it's interesting looking at a Pew Research poll that shows that Republicans are far more concerned with crime than Democrats are, which is interesting to me because I would imagine most of the big cities where the crime is occurring are where Democrats live. So I don't know if it's just Republicans that are, sitting in suburbia watching TV that think that violent crime is this huge issue that they're not even experiencing. That's interesting to me that in 2024, 68% of Republicans think that crime should be a top priority, as opposed to 47% of Democrats that are probably more likely to live in cities or big crime areas. So kind of makes me think that it's just a talking point coming from the radio that people aren't actually engaging in reality with, at least for the Republican side here. But again, that was my central concern at the very beginning.
True.
This might be a good opportunity to jump into the Q&A.
She has nothing
One
to
question
say. Nothing.
Coming from
She has
Otto
nothing.
is from Ukraine. Say, don't you guys think it is impressive that you guys started realizing the scale of Russian influence only now? You are 15 years too late.
True.
This would be also an issue in terms of Kamala on foreign policy, but I'll give you each a chance to respond to this.
Yeah, Russian intrusion is obviously a huge problem in our country. It has been for 10 years, but again, conservatives are literally brain broken on this topic, and they cannot engage with it whatsoever. And they would rather screech and scream about the hook-nosed guy running AIPAC than they would about actual people in other countries that are trying to destroy the United States and our ability to have any kind of discourse here. You've seen it with bots that are spread like crazy across Twitter. You've seen it recently with the indictments that came out over Tenet Media. You saw it with Mueller indictments for the Internet Research Agency and all of the other social media accounts that he exposed. Yeah, we've seen it over and over and over and over again. But again, as soon as you bring up Russia, people's minds on the conservative side immediately, break in half.
Yeah, we spent about $32 million on that Mueller investigation that didn't actually result in any sort of Russian interference or meddling in our elections. They instead uncovered people that maybe weren't exactly honest to Congress. So there was some obstruction of justice or lying under oath that they ended up getting people for. But we really haven't actually gone and found this massive Russian interference in our elections.
Are you, hold on, wait. Do you think that any indictments came from the Mueller investigation?
Like I said, the indictments that came, were any of them because of Russian
Oh my God, she doesn't know about the Tenet thing. She doesn't know about the indictment. Oh my God. She thinks this is all about the, oh my God, she's so clueless. I cannot believe what I'm hearing.
That there was actual direct Russian, who was indicted for Russian meddling.
There were 12 indictments made for Russian nationals that ran a company in the United States called the Internet Research Agency that came from the Mueller investigations.
And the Mueller investigation concluded that they didn't really have much of an influence.
No,
Nothing in the
that's
Mueller
not true. That's not true at all.
That there was any real true influence in our elections.
Given that there's,
that's great if we just make stuff up, but hold on, to be clear, wait, how much money did we waste on the Hillary email investigation? How much money did we waste on the Benghazi thing? How many millions of dollars did we just waste on the House's effort to impeach Biden, and they didn't even do an impeachment vote at the end? Like, it's not even close.
This one from Richie Constitution says, Destiny, why do you always talk about Trump? I thought this debate was about Harris.
Because it's a two-person election. You're voting for the Democrats or the Republicans.
It's
so you
not
have
a
to consider both
two-person
sides.
election. I want to make that very clear. I am not voting for either Harris or Trump. There are other people running.
Really stupid.
This one
What
came
other
from-
conservative candidate would you support? They don't
I'm
have
not
to
a
be-
conservative, Destiny. I'm voting for
No.
Jill
Oh,
Stein.
no, of
Voting-
course she's not a conservative. She's just an idiot. Not left, not right, just forward. God, what a stupid person. Of course. I'm not a conservative. I just happen to subscribe to all of the conservative beliefs, brainless beliefs. But I'm not a conservative. Trust me.
We have to
Okay,
keep
I
moving.
think that if you
Antonio.
support Donald Trump, yes, I think you should vote for Jill Stein. That is an option. True.
Antonio Inguez, thanks for your question, said, Kim, do you believe the 2020 election warrants terminating the Constitution? If so, please explain how that is not a threat to democracy. If not, why support the candidate who said that?
Well, for one, again, I don't support the candidate who said that. I'm not sure if the candidate actually said that or if that's an exaggeration of a position. Of
Oh,
course, I
so
do
she
not
doesn't know what was even said.
believe that the Constitution needs to be terminated, should be terminated. There are disputes that happen every single day at the Supreme Court. The Constitution is debated and it is refined to this day through court.
I'm
rulings.
sorry. Refined and suspended are two pretty different things, no? Oh yeah, refined. That's basically means suspended, right? That's basically the same thing, right?
So, take it to the courts, and that's what Donald Trump did, and that's fine with me. Anybody could take it to the courts.
Sommer, thanks for your question, said, how would you grade each major candidate on their foreign policy? Strong or weak points of each?
Oof.
Suppose we'll just cover Harris. If that's so. I suppose if you want to cover Stein, that works,
Stein.
but we'll at least cover Harris.
You want
Stephen,
me to go? Is this a question for me?
This is for both of you, so if you'd like to go first, you're more than welcome to.
Well, Jill Stein has excellent foreign policy. I think she's right on practically all of the foreign policy points that we have. Jill Stein.
Yeah, it's so amazing. She's the person that refused to call Putin a war criminal. Great foreign policy.
That's one of the reasons why I support Jill Stein, is I think that she is the most consistent, truly
She's
somebody
not.
that is looking at each of
We
the
can look
different
at the clip. She's
conflicts
not.
and saying, this is not America's problem. This is not something that we should be involved in. Kamala Harris has very much a Hillary Clinton foreign policy. She actually deviates even from Barack
Oh,
Obama,
that
who had more
explains
of an
it.
anti-interventionist. In fact, if you really wanted to compare it, Donald Trump has a slightly more Barack Obama foreign policy than Kamala Harris does. Harris takes a stronger stance, and she's more in line with Hillary Clinton.
Good.
So if you like what Hillary Clinton has done, if you think that she did an excellent job with foreign policy, then Kamala Harris, I suppose,
give
you
more
would
aid
think
to
that she's
Ukraine.
got excellent policy points.
Real quick, what's one good, what is a Jill Stein foreign policy point?
Ending the genocide in Gaza.
How?
How?
By ending it.
By stopping support of Israel. Israel is reliant on our support in order to continue doing what they're doing.
Okay, so Israel's not relying on our support to continue doing what they're doing. They can absolutely fund themselves.
True.
I think that one of the biggest red herrings for basically somebody who is a paid foreign asset or somebody who just knows nothing about foreign policy is usually when they talk about peace a lot in their foreign policy plan. Peace
Yes.
is a meaningless word. Nobody wants peace. People want justice. It's very easy if somebody's invading
No,
your
that's
village and
just stupid. No, people don't want justice. That's just stupid. I'm sorry. Actually, people don't want justice. People want terms that favor them. People don't want justice. People want to get the most out of a situation. It doesn't have to be just if it's beneficial and good for the side. What do you mean justice? That's just stupid. That's a stupid thing to say. I'm sorry. When France wanted revenge against Germany after World War I and forced very harsh conditions on Germany after World War, was that justice? No, it wasn't. People don't want justice.
wants to take over your entire country or take over your entire city to say, oh, well, let's just be peaceful and lay down our arms and let them take over everything and steal our economy and lead our country and dictate to us what we ought to do. Nobody wants peace. People want justice. They want to feel like something is happening that is satisfying the desires that they have as a nation, as a country, as they are entitled to in the world. So when Jill Stein says things like,
I'm sorry
I want
to say my
defund
hobby
our
is just
military by
babbling.
like 75%,
Justice?
when she's saying things like, I want to delete over 700 U.S. foreign military bases, when she's saying things like, I want to end all of our involvement in every single
Justice.
conflict ever, what she's actually saying is, I want to create more room on the planet to make the world multipolar. I want Russia to be deciding how Russia-Ukraine ends. I don't want the United States to have any involvement there. I want China to
That
be
is
signing
what she's
deals
saying,
between
yeah.
Saudi Arabia and Iran. I don't want the United States to be involved there. I want all of our foreign adversaries to be the ones that are dictating policy to the rest of
Yep.
the world. Because remember, just because the United States steps
move
back from a
forward.
leadership position doesn't mean nobody else is going to take their place, which is exactly what everybody that says peace, 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 like Jill Stein, wants to happen. They want other countries to be those leaders and not the United States, for whatever
That's
reason.
right.
Any pithy rejoinders, Kim, and then we'll go to the next one.
That is correct.
Why should the United States be controlling
back.
the entire world? We don't even have the majority of the population. So when we go to talk about democracy, why should this nation that has 330 million be controlling a planet of 8 billion people, first of all? Secondly, we shouldn't have anything to do with these conflicts. They're not our conflicts.
We should dismantle the polar thing. That's another thing that just...
These are not our fights. If Israel can continue to fund itself, great. Why does my money need to go to their fight then, if that's the case? Then you should be...
So it's just not just about control, okay? There's countries just want to choose what sphere of influence they want to be in. That's the difference. Russia does not want to give Ukraine that choice to be able to pick which one they want to be with. I'm sorry. The US didn't invade Ukraine in order to prevent it from being pro-Russia, which it was for quite a while after the breakup of the Soviet Union.
To stop sending support to Israel if they could take care of themselves. Why are we wasting my dollars?
Because I think the United States is probably
We're
the
not
most
wasting your
moral country
dollars.
right now to head the world hegemony. I think that Europe has seen an unprecedented era of peace under United States leadership. What would be a country
True.
that would be better than the United States to take point on that? Is it going to be Russia, who wants to invade and rape all of their neighboring countries? Is it going to
True.
be China, who
Speaking of
is
Russia.
abusing the entire continent of Africa and doesn't even give their own population the ability to vote in free and fair elections? What other country besides the United States would be best at the helm of the world?
Speaking of
Well, we don't
Russia,
have
this
free
might be a
fair
good opportunity.
elections. Go ahead.
Ray Ball says, question for both debaters, is Putin a dictator? And will
Yes.
you announce Russia's involvement with Tenet Media?
Oh my god, I'm waiting for Kim's response to this one. She's not gonna call him a dictator. She's gonna call him a tough leader and that he's just being framed for his tough stance.
Is Putin a dictator? Yeah, obviously, of course.
Of course, yes.
I mean, what's a dictator?
I
A
knew
dictator
it!
is somebody that
I knew it! I knew she would not call him a dictator. What is a dictator really? What is a dictator really, if you think about it? You know? If you really think of it on a philosophical level. And what is a dictator really, if not just a social construct?
rules without having themselves able to be questioned by their population with free and fair elections. Oftentimes it's through a singular party. Oftentimes it's through a top-down authoritarian control, meaning they don't just control the state and the government like Putin does. They also control large swaths of the economy and the population through oligarchies, which he does. And they also tend to control the distribution of media through organizations like RT, which he does. That would be a dictator.
True.
This one
Well,
coming
then
from
you just described the Democratic Party. I mean, so
What
me-
the
which-
Are you kidding me? Oh yes, the Democratic Party is basically like a direct one-to-one equivalent of the Putin's regime and the oligarchy in Russia. True, of course. Yeah, naturally, she's so stupid.
Major media organizations the Democratic Party dictate policy to.
CNN, MSNBC, all of the liberal mainstream media outlets that are taking direct talking points, speaking in unison. We see this all the time when they all come out saying the same exact thing, tweeting it all out, all in unison, like they got talking points from the DNC.
If that's
Maybe-
possible, then why did all of the media attack Biden and force him to step down? If
True.
Biden
Because
is a
that's what
dictator,
Biden's not the dictator. It's the
Who's
it's the
the
people
dictator?
behind. Well,
The
whoever's
people are the
controlling-
dictator? That's called a
No,
democracy.
The DNC.
The
It's
people?
not a democracy. Whoever chose Kamala Harris, because it certainly
Oh
wasn't the
my
people.
The
god.
voter, well, we actually did when we voted for that ticket last time. You know, if Biden died, you know
That
that
last
Harris would have
time.
also just stepped up to be the leader on the ticket. If Biden
So-
died, would that have been anti-democratic?
Should George Bush
Yes.
continue to be president because
Definitely
people voted for him
anti-democratic.
once? So if they vote for him once, it's okay to just keep putting the person in over and over and over again? I mean,
Yep.
that logic fails. You have to vote every single time. That's why we have democracy. That's why
We
we
vote in the
continue to
elections
vote.
and the general elections. Yes, we do. We vote in the general elections, and typically, yeah, your incumbent does run again over and over again, which is what George Bush did. Yeah, that's
Speaking
what
of
happens.
the-
Correct.
Of the general
Jesus.
election.
Well, wait.
question.
Do we not feel like Putin? Wait, so is Putin not a dictator?
I don't know if he's a dictator. I'm not Russian. I don't really care.
Oh my god.
It's not my country. It's not my country. I don't deal with it.
Reballs.
Wait, so wait. Do we not
second,
care then? What? Because the United States has to oppose.
No,
like,
we don't
Russia.
have to oppose. We don't have to get involved with other countries and other elections. The Russian people are strong people. They're not children. If they want to make change, they will. I don't need them to come and make change for me in my
This is
country,
so
and I don't need to go over
stupid.
there and make change for them in theirs.
What if they want to go and
He's
make
so
changes in
brain dead.
other countries? You don't think the United States or anybody else has an obligation to help?
Do you think that the United States doesn't meddle in other countries' elections or stage coups?
I have
or...
no idea what that question was about. I'm
Irrelevant.
asking if Russia wants to invade its neighbors, do you not think other countries have an obligation to help?
No, we don't have an obligation to help. If a
Okay, so
country
let's say-
can't defend its own borders, then we can help. It's not an obligation.
Do you think that in wait, do you think that in World War II, do you think the United States should have stepped up to fight against Germany?
I think that the United States
That's
for a
such
long
an
time
easy
did
yes
not.
or no question. Should we
It's
have
not
stepped
an
up to
easy
fight
yes
against?
or no
It's such
question.
an
It
easy
is.
yes or no question.
It is
Should
not.
the United
an-
States have stepped up to fight against Germany?
It's not an easy yes or no question.
It
the
is
United States decided
absolutely
it was
an
in the
easy
United
yes
States'
or no
interest after
question.
the bombing of Pearl Harbor to go into that war. Prior to that point, the United States did not. So
Yeah, they're
had
giving
there
me- I'm
not been
asking
a
you, should
bombing,
the United
had there
States-
not been the bombing of Pearl Harbor, I don't know.
That's not a
No, we don't
question.
even know if we should have opposed the
not-
Nazis.
that's
Okay,
not an
so
answer.
let's say that you see
No,
somebody
I'm
who's
not saying
taking
that you
over-
don't have to oppose the Nazis. I'm just not saying we need to go to war with every single person that we oppose.
I never
if that
said go
means
to war
going
with every
to
single
war,
person we oppose. I just asked if we should.
The US is not at war with Russia. I have to remind you again. Supporting Ukraine is not the same as being at war with Russia.
World War II against the Nazis. They didn't bomb us. Japan did, right? Maybe we should have just gone to war with Japan.
True.
well, I mean, we largely did, but then we went into Europe. We were begged by England to go in, and we went in. I'm not saying, look,
We were
again,
helping the
wasn't-
Soviets beforehand, right?
be-
The only reason
I
the
hate to say
Soviets
it.
could fight is because of Lend-Lease. It's because of our funding of the
True.
Soviets
We really do.
to give them
We
enough
do
raw
have to
materials. I think it's a
disrupt
really
them.
Not just
important
raw
point.
materials,
I think
but
it's
also
kind of crazy that
food.
we can't say that Putin is a dictator, or that we
I'm
can't
not
say that
saying-
any country on the planet should have an obligation to help other countries.
I don't think there's an obligation. You can go in if you feel like you need to go in. If I was alive during World War II, I probably would have said, yes, we need to go in.
To the UK.
But that doesn't make it an
to Great Britain,
obligation.
yeah.
There's no obligation.
Don't you have an obligation to your own people to create a better world?
Yes, you
Let's
have
say
an
that-
obligation to your own country, your own
Yes,
people. And
so
that's
let's
the
say-
only
let's
place you
Yeah,
have an
create a
So
obligation.
better
let's pretend,
world,
for
yeah.
instance,
I hate to
let's
do
say
this,
for
but
one
we
second,
really
let's
should.
say we don't have a child's view of foreign policy. What if a country was invading Mexico to the south, and the country was called the Kill All People country, and we saw them about to invade Mexico? Wouldn't it behoove us to help Mexico
scene is funny.
to resist the invasion of the Kill All People country before they're on our border?
It
I'll give
would
you a chance
probably
to
be in
respond,
our best
Kim.
interest because Mexico's on our border. So we wouldn't want them coming into a nation that's on our border. So yes, that would be something that we would probably want to do. But again,
hate
it's
to-
not an obligation.
I hate to do this. Rayball has another question. They say for both,
Right.
please explain Trump's platform for the 2024 election.
Destiny
Not
has
sure
some
why.
pretty.
Well, he has a concept of a
funny
platform. I
zingers,
think we know that much.
I guess.
Kim, any
Yeah, I mean,
thoughts?
I don't know. I don't pay much attention to Trump's platform because I'm not voting for Donald Trump.
Gavin Lockhart says, Destiny, what are your thoughts on the Kamala Harris FBI prosecuting the, am I saying this right, Uruhu movement for having Zoom meetings with a Russian? Because that seems completely undemocratic and anti-speech.
Anti-speech.
Can you pronounce it again, or what was this question?
Yeah.
Uruhu, U-H-U-R-U.
UHURU.
Oh, the
All right.
Uruhus. So what was the question about the Uruhus?
They say, Destiny, what are your thoughts on the Kamala Harris FBI prosecuting the Uruhus movement for having Zoom meetings with a Russian? Because that seems completely undemocratic and anti-free speech.
I don't know anything about that particular issue, so I wouldn't be able to speak on it.
The Uruhus
Oh, good.
were charged with, it's similar to sort of what's gone on with Tenet Media a little bit, where they were accused of being Russian assets, essentially.
They
funded
have an
by
answer
Russia.
to the Tenet
They
Media
went to
thing, by the way.
court. It was the Biden administration that went after them. They went to court and they actually just won their court case. They are found to not be Russian assets at all.
Okay.
Got it. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Chase Hatchet says, okay, got that one. Sommer, thanks very much, says to both. There's a movement in the far right now with figures like Fuentes, Gariepi, Destiny's buddy, that are disavowing Trump since he's tamer / not pushing as hard on MAGA issues. Curious to get your opinions on that as left-leaning people.
Left-leaning people.
I mean,
these are left-leaning people, supposedly, by the way. Especially Kim. Kim is so left-leaning. This is such bullshit. Calling her, compared to her, Destiny is like a billion times more left-leaning. Yeah, same. Like, Jesus. Come on. Please. I'm doing this combo. I'm sorry. I'm doing very well. As you can see. Oh my god. Okay, 15. Uh-oh. That was... Oh god, I almost died.
Crazy racist people. You're obviously going to get crazy racist people as part of your movement. It's not surprising at all to me. I don't know what else to say.
I don't know anything about these people enough to make any sort of characterization about them.
Otto says, I wonder if Kim knows that in other democratic countries, parties just introduce their candidates without having primaries.
I don't compare ourselves to other countries. I would like to see a democracy in my country, and that's what I advocate for.
This one from George Connolly
Also, it
says,
seems like, so for this Aruhu group, so they were convicted of conspiring with a Russian agent. They were acquitted on one charge and they were convicted of another, so they didn't beat everything, right?
I'm not 100% certain. I believe that they beat their case.
Beat
Okay,
their
but they were
case.
handed a mixed verdict. You sounded very certain, but it sounds like they were actually convicted of conspiring with Russian agents, but they were acquitted of the more serious charge, which would have been acting as agents of a foreign government. So I'm guessing this is a type of FAR violation, but it wasn't the worst type of FAR violation.
Yeah, so they had some contact with Russians.
Well, no, it doesn't sound like they just had some contact with Russians. I don't think
True,
there's a federal charge for just having
collaborated.
contact with Russians. There was probably federal charges, though, relating to
Collaboration.
conspiring with
Yeah.
foreign agents and not making a declaration of that to FARA, which is the law of the United States.
folks, we won't be able to take any more questions, so do appreciate your questions, but we want to wrap up by a decent time, so for sure, please, no more questions. George Connolly was, I think, a little bit late to the party. They seem to think, Kim, that you're for Trump, so they say, is Kamala, or for Kim, is Kamala becoming the nominee more or less democratic than Trump's electoral plot and attempted insurrection? I think you'd probably disavow, so... Richie Constitution says, Destiny, I don't want to speak for you, though. I want to give you a chance if you'd like.
I just don't. I think that whatever the procedure was that Trump was attempting after the 2020 election, going through the courts is the proper procedure. If there are other constitutional procedures that he was using,
make me the president, Mike Pence.
I think that's completely fair. So
Super fair.
I think it's fair for an American to challenge an election.
Chase Hatchet
To be
says,
clear, Trump wasn't just challenging the election; he was trying to
True.
break the law because he lost all of his election challenges. But
True. Destiny's
this one
correct.
from Jonathan Gendler says, Kim, there weren't presidential primaries before 1912, before 1976. You did not always need them to win them for the party's nomination. And say,
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, the country hasn't always been perfect. We've had a lot of dark moments in our history that have been highly anti-democratic. For example, slavery, or saying that blacks were 2/5 of a person. So we have evolved. We've become more democratic. We should be becoming more and more democratic as
Like an
time goes
organism.
on, as we become a more enlightened people.
You got it. Space Miner says, considering an ever-increasing nanny state backed by police
I mean,
powers, what would the
I'm
enforcement...
gonna be honest, compared to Kim, Destiny might as well be a lefty. Relatively speaking. Much more left-wing than Kim, from what I'm seeing in this debate, that's for sure. Sorry to say. Of course, compared to me, everyone's a right-winger, but, you know, not everybody can be me. Not everyone's perfect. Not everyone's perfect like me.
powers of police look like under either opponent. I think they mean in this case Harris or Jill Stein.
what is the question?
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Good question. They say, considering an ever-increasing nanny state backed by police power,
Nanny
what would the
state.
enforcement of these powers look like, whether it be from Harris or from Stein?
I don't know which powers they're referring to exactly. The
I would
executive of
say, in my conversations with Jill Stein, she's very much against the surveillance state and this labeling of misinformation. So I would just think that under Harris, you know, we've seen a definite, under Democrats in general, a ramping up of these ideas of surveillance and misinformation and flagging people and tagging people.
Yeah,
So
misinformation
I would say
is
that there would be
bad.
a ramping up of that. I
Imagine being
think I'm not
against
really sure what the question
misinformation.
was. That's my best answer.
You got it. I think that fits it. Tip 35 says, Kim, thanks for coming on. Can you explain what the three, let's see, I don't know what that. Dan Shire says, for both, can you articulate any specific Biden-Harris policies that were detrimental to our economy?
Ooh.
Biden-Harris policies detrimental to the economy. The advocating for lockdowns was the biggest detrimental effect on our
advocating for
economy.
something. I don't think it's a
Yeah, they were
policy.
advocating.
And they happened under Donald Trump. So
True.
Well, Democrats were advocating for them. They wanted the lockdowns. It was, again, probably
And
we're
he
not
had-
talking about
political point.
Democrats. It was Harris and Biden.
True.
Well, Harris and Biden are the heads of the party, and they were directing the people that were in positions of power.
Harris. Wait, Kamala Harris was absolutely not the head of the party at the time. What are you talking about?
Or not only that, but Biden did do
Harris and Biden are
mandates,
not
which
the heads of the
definitely
party.
affected
That's
the. They
not
are.
true.
You don't think that the president is the head of the party?
No,
Who's the head of the party?
it would be the chair of the DNC or the chair of the RNC. Remember, if the president was the head of the party, then who would have? You already admitted this when you said that Biden was made to step down by the actual party heads, right? So you
Uh-oh.
don't agree with this.
The powers that were behind Biden. Yeah, he's supposed to be the party head. That is the way it's supposed to be set up. But they clearly have mechanisms to undermine that, which
Okay,
is
so
fine.
then clearly he's not the head of the party, and when the
True.
lockdowns were happening, Biden wasn't president, so he definitely wasn't the head of the party then. Even if we do say the president's the head of the party, so yeah. Also,
Okay.
does the Green Party even have open primaries?
I'm
Or do
not
they
sure.
just have? Hold on. If primaries are like one of the most important ideas of a democracy to you now, which for some reason is incredibly important, I don't
I
even
don't think
know
they
if
have
the,
open primaries, and that's a state by state thing anyway.
I think they all. No, it's not state by state. It's a
Yes,
private
it is. An
organization.
open primary is state by state.
No,
Some
well,
states.
primaries can be held however you want them to be.
Yeah.
No, it's
They're-
state by state. Each
No.
state decides. Each party
they don't.
decides within each state
No,
how
they
they're going to do
don't.
their primaries. Yes,
That is
some
not
states you have to
true.
register for the
Uh-oh.
party in order to vote in that party. Some states allow you to vote in the primaries without registering. That's an open primary.
States might change how you register for how you vote, but how a primary is run is decided by the party. That's why, for instance, like Nebraska
By
could
each
say,
state. Each state decides. That's why some states have caucuses, some states have primaries, some force you to register as a member of that party in order for you to vote in their
No,
primaries.
it's not that every state decides. It's that every branch of the party in each state decides. It's not the state deciding. It's every branch of the party deciding in their own state. You know, that's pretty basic. I didn't even have to look it up. It's just you just need to have a functioning brain to figure that one out. Oh God, that is so depressing.
Some states don't. You just have to
do you think
request
if
the ballot.
Florida said we're going to change this so that we're actually going to be the first party in the next primary cycle instead of Iowa, would Florida be allowed to do that?
Florida is not allowed to dictate the elections in Iowa. No, not even the Florida Democratic Party.
Not the elections. Let's say Florida says we know when the Iowa caucuses are. We're going to hold our primaries before Iowa. Do you think Florida would be allowed to do that?
Yeah, Florida can do that if they want
No,
to do that.
because what happens is both parties say, okay, well, we're not going to count your primary votes. That's what would
No,
happen.
they can say that, but that doesn't mean that the state can't actually hold that primary. They certainly can. This was contested
can,
in
but
the
then
Democratic Party. The
they can hold
Democrats
it-
just had this challenge.
I'm sorry, but I don't think you understand that these are private parties. I think you think that these are like part of
I
the
understand
government.
that they're private parties, but the states decide. So when New Hampshire decided that they were going to hold their primary when they wanted to hold their primary, that was challenged. And the New Hampshire primary, the New Hampshire Constitution says that they go before a certain number of states. And when Democrats wanted to make that change, Democrats did not get to unilaterally make that change in New Hampshire. They actually had to contest it with them in court.
Because this is the agreement that the parties have with the states, But if a state decided that they just don't want to participate, or if they want to do it differently, they can do that. But then a party can say, okay, well, we're not going to count your primary votes. They don't have an obligation, the delegates, to listen to states. Otherwise, every state would want to go first, right? Why
Right,
does
so
Iowa
a
and New Hampshire
state-
get to go first?
Sure, but that doesn't change the fact that the states decide, the state chairs, the state branches of the party decide. So I'm saying with the Green Party, back to the point, is I'm not sure how they operate in every single state.
I think they just do electors. I don't think they actually have like open like primaries where citizens vote at all, which is interesting to me, given that seemed like such an important part to you for things to be considered democratic, and you support Jill Stein.
There were plenty of other candidates that ran in the Green Party. I interviewed many of them. So they did actually have challengers to Jill Stein. They didn't just anoint her. They had several other people. People voted on that.
Well, if you're going to say that, then in that case, that was the exact same thing that happened in the Democratic Party. There were delegates that had pledged for Biden, and then Biden supported Kamala Harris when he stepped down, and those delegates decided to vote for Kamala Harris. They could vote for other people if they want to.
Yeah, they didn't really give any other options, and they pretty much told everybody that they had to support Harris, and that was it.
They
Summer
The Green Party
Road.
did not do that.
Delegates are allowed to vote for who they want to, but
Thank you very much, Sommer, for your question. Asked, what do each of
Yeah.
you think about the recent assassination attempts? Obviously on Trump.
you shouldn't be trying to kill people in the United States for our political system, so probably not good. Don't do that.
Right.
This one from Leslie Lewis says, did Trump purposely block the right-leaning immigration bill that Republicans have wanted for years? Yay or nay?
I think
Yep.
we covered that.
This one from Dan Shire says, we got that. Boredom says, why are there so
Wait,
many
that was a
former-"
yes then, right? He did intentionally block that. That was
I'm
shut
sure,
down.
just like Democrats blocked him previously. That's
Wait,
what
which
political-
Democrat called? Wait, what was the Democratic leader who shot down a bill that had the support of both halves of Congress?
Uh-oh, the GOP.
I'm sorry,
I know
what?
this one.
What Democratic leader shot down a bill that had the support of both halves of Congress to pass?
Oof.
Which
none.
bill are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about the immigration bill that was going
Yeah.
to be passed.
I'm saying that Democrats blocked blocked border bills previously.
And
Oh.
the
already
issue
had
with
this
this border
discussion.
bill, well, sure, but you're just wrong. You're making a horrible comparison here. There was a bill that was ready to go that the Republicans and Democrats
Right.
supported in Congress, and Donald
True.
Trump said, no, keep the border open. I want to win the next election.
Yeah.
So then Republicans apparently opposed it because he doesn't have the power to just say, don't pass this bill. You can't pass this bill. People had to actually vote on that, right?
Actually,
so a bunch of
yeah, he
Republicans
does,
decided to
because
go along
he
with what he wanted.
Controlled the
Yes,
speaker.
How is
of
that
the
any
by
different
Trump.
than what happened when Democrats were also blocking any sort of border bills when Donald Trump was president?
Because Democrats not agreeing with a bill and not wanting to vote for it is different than an independent leader like a Hillary Clinton or a Barack Obama or Biden saying, guys, don't vote on this piece of legislation.
How do
We're
you
gonna
know
keep
what
the border
how
open."
each Democrat felt? I'm sure that there were Democrats that actually did agree, but they went with the party line.
Because we can look and see what they say publicly, and we have
Yeah, what they say publicly is to support the party line.
Okay, well, what they don't say, supporting the party line is different than this leader was telling us that we need to change our vote. The Republicans were on board with the border
What's
bill.
the
until-
difference? The party
Yeah.
line is from the leadership.
The difference is that there's a party line that people probably believe in, and there are individual candidates that might put themselves over the party or the country,
Fact,
which is what
that's
Donald
right.
Trump did. The
Yeah,
Republicans
he
are
only
ready
cares about himself. He doesn't really care about the party line. He cares about the Trump
to
line.
support a bill in Congress, and Donald Trump said, don't support it, I want to win the next election. Democrats don't do that. They might support or not support
True.
something because of what the party tends to support, because they tend to agree with it, which is why they're in the party, but that's different than one leader coming out and saying, hey guys, change your vote, we're not going to go ahead and vote on this thing, we want to keep it
Okay.
open. Like when a Republican shut down the government, or like when they lose their speaker seat in the House, or any other monumental ways they fail in governing.
Or what? They say, why are there so many former left-wingers turning into rank-and-file Republicans? Maybe they're...
I wonder.
In other words, I think that they know that you're not a Trump supporter, Kim. I think they mean other people. So I think they're trying to say that, for example, RFK is kind of falling
Oh.
in line and going,
No, I'm
thought-
sorry. She's basically, maybe she's not a Trump supporter, but she's basically conservative, in my mind. Anti-Ukraine, pro-Russia, like being pro most fascistic regime right now, which again is Russia. Let's not kid ourselves.
Like a lot of Democrats are switching over to the Republican Party. I mean, I think we're seeing a shakeup of the parties, and we're seeing a lot of people from the right, like Dick Cheney, move to the left. Or I wouldn't say right to left. I would say
Yeah, that's because right-wingers also are fed up with Trump's craziness. That's a factor as well, actually. They're not on board with Trump's brand of extremism. The state does not decide. True.
perhaps the parties are shifting. themselves. So we've seen, like a lot of the
What deep
the
analysis.
intelligence community, the warmongering community, the military industrial complex, the Dick Cheneys of the world supporting Democrats, and we're seeing
Fear-mongering is when you want your country to keep to its commitments to your allies. That's warmongering. Absolutely.
people who had previously been Kennedy Democrats now supporting Republicans.
I think what you're actually seeing is just there are some people very far on the left who are anti-establishment, who hate the United States, and these people find themselves in easy company when it goes to aligning with people on the very far right. And then I think that the fact that like the whole MAGA people are generally just anti-establishment means that it's very easy to get anybody else that hates the United States or hates the establishment or takes foreign money from people like Russia or Iran or China to all go and join their groups as well. So I think that it's a pretty easy alliance when you get a bunch of people that hate the state, hate the government, hate the institutions, and are just in general anti-establishment.
I don't pretend to know how people are thinking or feeling, nor do I have any desire to insult people.
You don't know what people are thinking or feel. How do you
unless it's Ukraine and Ukrainians, then it's fair game to insult, of course.
Comments on anything.
I'm not going to sit
ever.
here and claim that all of these people hate America when they're participating in the democratic process. I'm not going to make those types of characterizations or call them basket of deplorables or do any sort
you're
of
not
insulting
being
of my fellow
very...
Americans because they're participating in democracy and they decide
no. Destiny, you're not being very civil. Oh, civility politics. Oh,
the person that you want to vote for is not who they want to vote for.
Okay, well, that's great. I will call out people who I think take money from other countries and they don't declare it. People like who worked under Tenet Media, other people that are still operating in this media environment, people like yourself probably. I think it's worth calling those people out when they have other kinds of allegiances to other countries.
Are you claiming, did you just say that I'm taking money from any other, what did you just say?
Probably, almost assuredly, yes. And then number two, I think that it's worth calling out people that I feel have anti-American ideas.
Yes, I thought so as well, actually. Yep. Well said. Nice. Well done, Destiny. You're getting pats on the head for this one. That one was. Yes. No notes. Perfect score.
Ideas. So, for instance, when Donald Trump says he wants to destroy the Constitution or suspend the Constitution, I think that that's worth calling out. The Constitution exists above all three branches
You're a
of
piece
government.
of shit. Let me just say it. You're a piece of shit. Sorry, you just are. To make that kind of characterization of me, to make a claim that you know nothing about. I've never taken a single dime from any other country, not even this country. I am completely independent. And for you to make that sort of characterization, that sort of...
Whoa. I'm so angry. I'm so outraged. Whoa. Oh my god. That is so rich. Oh my gosh. Really, truly. Come on. You're a piece of shit. So mad.
Slander, that sort of slur right here in front of everybody. You're a piece of shit. And I speak for a lot of people
slur?
when I say that.
I'm sure you do, and I'm sure they're all flying.
They're all taking money from Russia. Wait, what's slur?
Moscow.
You're a piece of shit. That sort of characterization, that sort of slander, that sort of slur right here in front of everybody.
Slur.
You're a piece of shit. And I speak for a lot of people when I say that.
I'm sure you do, and I'm sure they're all flying to Moscow right now, comrade. Thank you.
Oh my god. True though. True. Again, perfect score, no notes. Oh my god. I speak for so many people when I say, well, I'm sure you do. Good. This is Destiny at its best, actually. What can I say? If someone's doing a good job, I'm gonna praise it. If someone speaks facts, I'm gonna agree, If someone's throwing out banger after banger, I'm gonna be happy about it. I'm gonna give credit where credit's due. I'm not gonna just blindly hate on someone even if they're like speaking truth to power. Listen, it is what it is. It is what it is. And what is reality.
This one, George says, does insurrection count as a violent crime, or is that excusable? So they say if it's Trump that's doing it rather than Harris, is it okay?
I think insurrection is always bad when you're trying to destroy the United States of America. But I don't know. Maybe some people just consider that democracy or challenging things in the courts. I guess I don't know.
Oh,
I
true,
think it's
true.
perfectly fair
Kim.
to challenge elections. If that's what people want to do,
True.
people can challenge
It's
elections.
perfectly true to challenge election by storming the Capitol with a mob and trying to chant to hang Mike Pence, I guess. Perfectly valid. You're valid if you say it.
This one from I Killed Earl. Say, for Kim, how have Biden and Kamala's border policies been a failure when they've removed 4.4 million illegal immigrants, while Trump removed 1.5 million, according to MPI?
Uh-oh.
They say the
Well,
US
first of all, we've had a lot more people coming through the border at this point than when Donald Trump was president. A lot of it had to do with the entire globe shutting down and immigration just being low and migration being low around the entire globe during a certain period of time. But I think it's
Under
rhetoric,
Trump.
and that is one of the points that a lot of people who are very much against Donald Trump, they don't like his rhetoric. Well, rhetoric is what Democrats were using when they were basically saying that border crises were not really crisis, that this was just some sort of a made-up racist talking point or political point, and they were ignoring the border. So even if they are now
Oh, boy.
scrambling to do something about it, it doesn't make up for the fact that they undermined the issue for a very long time.
Yeah, the undermining of the issue happened when Donald Trump told them not to pass a piece of legislation that would have helped with the border. Donald Trump undermined that more than any other person. There's a reason why Obama, and Piers loves to say this every time somebody on his program, why Barack Obama was called the deporter-in-chief. The problem with the border crises is that a lot of them are made up by Republicans. That's why Donald Trump humiliated
True.
himself on stage when he was screaming like a senile old man about watching Haitians eating dogs on TV.
True.
He made no actual response to claims that were basically fabricated in front of a city council by a neo-Nazi on YouTube.
True.
from Oni Chan says, Destiny, seriously, why are my tax dollars going towards a genocide instead of improving our infrastructure?
It's not one or the other. Biden, thankfully, can fund our foreign interests, and he can do legislation to improve our infrastructure at the exact same time. we can walk and chew gum at the same time. Whether or not
Some
we want to
can.
support our allies internationally and what types of things we want to fund domestically just have to do with the types of legislative accomplishments you
Some
can make
cannot.
in Congress.
Some truly cannot.
This one from George Connolly says, Kim, was Trump's, let's see, James Zog says, after Pearl Harbor, Germany declared war on the United States. They were obliged because they had an alliance with Japan.
What was that? What is he saying?
They had said, after Pearl
People
Harbor,
don't pay
Germany
attention,
declared
do they?
war on the United States. They were obliged
Oh, I see.
because they had an alliance with Japan.
Well, yeah, and we went to war, right? I mean, we went to, but it wasn't the obligation of going to, the obligation is when you're attacked, your people are attacked, right? Then you do go
Or
to
your
war.
allies.
That is what people do.
Because, you
but
know,
the
International deals exist, alliances
question
exist.
was whether or not we're obliged to go to war on behalf of another country. We're obliged to go to war on behalf of ourselves. We can then resolve
The
that
US did not go to war with Russia on behalf of Ukraine. Because this is always alluding to the war in Ukraine.
war or engage in that war however we see fit, whatever we think is the best way to get to the end result that we want to get to.
Just saying.
But we're not, my point was, we're not obliged to go to war. We do have agreements. We have NATO agreements, which does make us obliged. At that time during World War II, we did not. So I wouldn't call it an obligation. There are times that we can choose where we think it's in our best interest to go to war, or we think it's a moral interest to go to war,
Well,
or an
that's an
ethical interest to
obligation.
go to war, but I wouldn't call it an obligation.
Well,
I think that if we want
if
to
it's
keep-
moral, then it's an obligation. What do you mean? What's a moral interest? What the hell is a moral interest? I'd like to hear an elaboration on that. A moral interest.
trade free and open like we have for the entirety of the planet. I think that if we want to keep the world at relative peace, which it has enjoyed more than it has at any other point in history under U.S. leadership, I think that we have an obligation both to the entire world and to our own citizens to ensure that that peace stays as well as it can with the
Once you see something as moral to do, it basically becomes an obligation, doesn't it? A moral obligation.
that sits at the head of it. I don't think that a Russia that has invaded Moldova, that has invaded Georgia, that is invading Ukraine, that deploys its paramilitary to the Middle East and to Africa. I don't think that letting Russia control the world is good. I don't think that letting China, a country that is or is not currently maybe genociding their Uyghur citizens, that has its eyes set on Taiwan, I don't think letting them control the world would be good. I think that for the most part, I think the West has largely enjoyed the U.S. being in charge of things, and I think that most of the world probably enjoys, for the most part, the United States being at the head of things, rather than people like Putin or Xi Jinping.
From Pondering Politics and George Connolly have basically the exact same question, coincidentally. They had asked, for Kim, they say, was Trump's electoral plot and attempted insurrection more or less democratic than the DNC replacing Biden with Kamala in particular?
I don't believe January 6th was an insurrection attempt
Of
by
course you
Donald
don't.
Trump. Maybe there were people inside of J6 that,
Of
you
course
can maybe
you
make an
don't.
argument that there were some sinister individuals who were involved in that, but I
Sinister
don't think that there was some
individuals.
top-down
There were
directive
good
that came
people on
from
both
Donald
sides.
Trump or anyone in the Republican Party. And as far as
How can you say that when you said earlier
challenging-
you don't know anything about what happened? You said over and over
I
again you
do
weren't
know.
sure.
I know enough to know that from the investigations that there was no directive that they found coming from the top down.
That's literally he's under indictment right now
Just
by
to
the
hear,
federal
hold on.
government, by Jack Smith.
Just
How
to
can we
hear-
say that we know?
Just to hear the rest from Kim. Go ahead, Kim.
Yeah, there was no directive coming down from the top. There's no evidence of this whatsoever. They can make any charge that they want. They could charge you with anything that they want, Destiny. You can fight that in court. Trump will not be he will not be convicted of an insurrection, of plotting an insurrection where there's no plans or plots that were there. So, individuals behaving however individuals behave is completely different
What?
than coming from the top. So I don't
The
think that
most
there,
peaceful
that's
process, sure.
I don't think there was an insurrection coming from the top.
Yeah, I think it was pretty obvious that there was. I think that there was a plan in place the entire time to have Donald Trump subvert the peaceful transfer of power. I think he followed that up by goading everybody on the January 6th. When people say stop the steal, when they say we need Mike Pence to do the right thing, he's talking about stopping the steal of the election because he wants to remain president. When he's talking about Mike Pence doing the right thing, he's talking about Mike Pence choosing him to be president. When he tells people we're going to march down Pennsylvania Avenue and we're going to give them the strength that they need to do the right thing, he's talking about them objecting to the certification of the election, using intimidation and violence that they have to do it. And they were successful to some extent. They managed to delay the certification of the vote. But unfortunately, there were too many proud, strong men, most of whom were Republicans, people like Barr, people like Pence, other lawmakers and other bureaucrats inside the White House that managed to stop and thwart Donald Trump's plot to insurrect and coup the
You
government.
make a lot of assumptions about what a person's thinking inside of their mind when they haven't actually said anything. That is
What do you think Donald Trump hasn't said that I
Did
don't?
you know that we can? Did you know that we can judge people by their actions and not just by their words? Did you know that?
No.
Incredible.
Well, he never said go down there and stop them and do all. He said we're going to go down there and peacefully protest. That's what he actually said. You then want to put something else in his mind and in his
Oh.
mouth, just like you do for all of your fellow
He
Americans.
said stop the steal. What does stop the steal mean?
Yeah, what does it mean? Kim?
They believed that the election was stolen.
Okay,
that is
you-
that is
that's-
something that is fine for a person to believe.
Okay,
Then
and if
they
you
need
think
to
the
go and
election was
challenge that.
stolen, and if you think the election is stolen, and you send a ton of people down to the Capitol building where
To
they're
peacefully
certifying-
protest.
Why would you peacefully protest a stolen
That's what he
election?
said.
When
That's
no,
what
he
said.
didn't say. He said,
He
"I know
did
you're
say,
going
we're
to
going to go
peacefully
down there and we're
protest."
going to peacefully
He didn't say that.
protest.
No, you're putting words in his mouth. He never said that quote. You just made
But
you just
you're,
invented that
what,
quote.
then you tell me the words that he said when he said go
Oh.
down
He
there
said we need to
and
fight-
take it.
No, he said we
Fight
need to
and
fight
take
like
it.
hell. You need to fight like hell, or you're going to lose your country. He said we need to give these weak Republicans, something to fight for. We need to give them back. We need to help the strong ones. They're going to help us. Like these are. He made these statements over, and I can read you 20 statements that he
You
made.
make
It was an
things
hour
up,
speech.
Destiny. You make things up.
Well,
You make
he's the
things
one
up
under
about
federal
what people are
indictment.
thinking. You make things
No.
up about what people are saying. You're
No,
making
what have I
it
made
up.
up? I haven't made up a single thing. You
live
just
in
made
a
up a
fantasy
quote.
land. You live in
What
a fantasy
land?
land. You need to focus on facts. What did
I am
people
focusing on
actually
facts.
say?
I do focus on what people say. You're the one that
putting
you don't
a-
even you didn't
put
even
a
know
lot-
what the legal
you
theories
think that,
were that you were
all of these
purporting
people
earlier
that
this whole-
support RFK Jr. are just hateful. They hate the country.
Yeah,
they
a lot
hate
of them do.
America.
They do,
Oh, see,
absolutely,
look at how you are.
1,000,000%.
Look, you're
This
just
one.
making stuff up.
What am I
This one
making up?
from
You haven't said a
Tip
single thing I'm making
30.
up.
Tip 35 says, this is
He's
our
just
last
lying,
one.
Destiny.
Thanks.
He's just
for-
lying.
I got to tell you, folks, we really do appreciate our speakers. It's been a true pleasure. We've got one last question, but I do want to remind you they are linked both in the description box and in the title. You
lying.
click right there on the hyperlink in the title. And they're also linked in the podcast, as this debate will be on the podcast within 24 hours.
So
You can
pathetic.
find our guest links in the description box. Even if you disagree with them, folks, there's so much value to going to the original source, going and hearing it straight from the person. So highly encourage you check out.
I
both
mean,
Kim
we've
and
heard
Steven's links. Tip 35 says, Kim, can you
Kim's
think of a
opinions
nation
on
with
Ukraine.
a better form of government than the United States? If not, then isn't America one of the best nations to lead the world?
Yes, the United States is the best country on earth, and there is no other country with a better system than ours. And that is why we have to
Definitely not
protect it.
Russia.
And we have to strengthen it, and we have to constantly work on our democracy. Otherwise, we can easily lose it. We cannot take it for granted. We have to understand that our system is delicate, that it was...
And that's why you're anti-Kamala Harris and by extension pro Donald Trump, because you want to preserve democracy. Because you hang to this weak, weird argument that apparently democracy is in peril because Kamala Harris was chosen as a nominee. That's perfect. It's great.
That it is
perfect
to be
sense.
cherished, and it has to be protected, and that means democracy must be protected at all costs.
Yeah,
And
from Kamala Harris
I do
as opposed
believe
to
that
Donald
America
Trump.
is the greatest country on earth, and we have the best system on earth.
Thank you very much. Folks, want to say thanks so much for tuning in. Click on Kim's and Steven's
She's
links. Hear it
anti-American.
straight
I'm
from
gonna
them.
say it. I'm gonna be
Yourself,
like
wanna
Destiny in
say
this
thank you very
regard. I'm
much,
gonna say
Steve
she's super
and Kim. It's been a true
anti-American.
pleasure to have you tonight.
Thank you very much.
I'll be back in a moment, folks, so stick around. I'll have a post-credit scene about upcoming debates. Be right back.
Oh my gosh. So what do you think? What did you think of this? Any thoughts? It's such brain rot that just have... I refuse to call people that are anti-Ukraine left-wing. I just straight up refuse. I refuse to accept that people that basically, to be blunt, support a fascistic Russian regime can call themselves left-wing reasonably, and that they're for justice for the people. No, they just hate that the US has any influence, and they rather replace it with any other, even if it's a fascistic influence. Which is pretty sad and pathetic if you think about it, even for 5 seconds. I think we're ready more or less to finish stream. I'm gonna backpedal to a save point. I hope you've enjoyed. We've not done super much today. But just planning a little bit of a chill stream today. I apologize. If I knew I'd be rated, I'd have prepared some more specific political stuff, but you know, it is what it is. We've streamed for 4 hours, 20 minutes as is. We're gonna upload the debate tomorrow as a segment, so look forward to that. And I'm gonna go to Ukraine soonish. As soon as I get my hormones back and I'm stop going to feel horrible. Alright, I'll see you. I'll see you. Good night. And I hope all will be well. And I hope you'll subscribe, by the way. I'll see you. See you. Good night. I hope you'll attend more of my streams. I assure you they are quite interesting. Alright.